Every year, thousands enter these national parks seeking adventure, escape, and beauty. Most return home with memories. Some don't return at all. Tonight, we're stepping into one of the darkest chapters hidden beneath those towering pines and silent ridges. A group of hikers vanish without a trace inside a sprawling national park. No signs of struggle, no gear left behind, no final calls for help. Just the cold echo of unanswered questions, and the chilling clues that surfaced during the desperate search that followed. My name is Ranger Mason Talbot, and I serve as a field operations ranger assigned to the Eastern Wetlands Division of Ashwillow National Park. I have been responsible for search and rescue response, marshland navigation, and missing person coordination for 9 years. The events I am about to describe occurred over the course of a single day and represent the most difficult and unresolved case I have ever encountered. I was dispatched at 6:42 hours after a visitor reported that a solo hiker had not returned from the North Marsh Trail. His name was Daniel Crestridge, age 31, experienced enough to know the basics but not enough to underestimate the wetlands. When I arrived at the trailhead, the morning fog was still low, the kind that clings just above ground level, thinning and reforming like something breathing in slow intervals. His car was parked exactly where the map suggested. No signs of forced entry. Gear that should have been with him, rain shell, trekking poles, were gone. All normal. The first hint that this wouldn't be a standard missing person case came when I examined the soft mud at the beginning of the boardwalk. We get clear tracks out here. Mud is honest land, it remembers everything. I expected to see the clean, narrow impressions of hiking boots heading in a predictable direction. But instead, I found a set of footprints that simply stopped. They ran about 12 feet off the trail and then ended at a patch of still water. Not disturbed water. Not ripples. Just smooth, reflective water, as if he'd stepped forward and then vanished upwards. No slide marks. No splash marks. No collapse. No backward retreat. Nothing. I stood over that patch of water for a full minute, listening. Marshes speak if you know how to listen, frogs, insects, shifting sedge, but this place was nearly silent. Even the usual whine of mosquitoes felt distant, like they were avoiding the area entirely. I radioed in the initial status, flagged the coordinates, and continued further in. Standard procedure meant widening the search area slowly, documenting physical evidence, logging disturbances. But there weren't any. No broken reeds. No scraped bark. No snagged clothing. His trail existed only where the mud still held him. Past that, nothing. At 8:10 hours, I reached the first overlook platform, an elevated wooden deck that gives us a 360-degree view of the basin. The fog was pulling apart by then, peeling upward into pale columns. The water below looked like poured mercury in the early sun. I scanned with binoculars, sweeping for anything movement, gear, clothing color, reflective glints. And then something in the water changed. Not movement, not exactly. More like a shift in tone. A darker vertical shape beneath the surface, narrow, still, rising slowly like a post being lifted from the mud. For a second I thought it was a drowned branch being released from suction. But branches don't rise evenly. And they don't stop at the exact depth where they remain fully submerged, motionless, like they're listening. I blinked, refocused, and it was gone. I marked the sighting time, though I already knew how that would sound in the report. Wetland illusions happen. Light refracts, fog creates false silhouettes, your depth perception goes sideways. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that whatever I saw had been deliberate. By 10 o'clock hours, search technician Avery joined me. Avery's sharp, detail-oriented, the best partner you can have in terrain that wants to erase you. We reviewed the footprints again together, crouched at the water's edge. He checked the spacing. "Stride is normal," he said. "No signs of running. Weight distribution's consistent." He wasn't panicking. Until he was, I answered. Avery frowned. "You're saying he was lifted?" "I'm saying the mud should show more than that." He didn't argue. He just scanned the calm water the same way I had earlier, like he expected it to say something. We moved deeper into the marsh, staying on the small patches of semi-stable ground. At 11-12 hours, we found a piece of gear, Daniel's field notebook. It floated lightly against a dead log, unsoaked as if it had been placed gently rather than dropped. When I picked it up, the first few pages were blank, but midway through, there were scribbles unsteady, written fast. Most were unreadable, tangles of lines that crossed back on themselves. But one phrase repeated several times, shaky but distinct. "Something is above me." I felt Avery watching me as I read the line again. And again. We checked the canopy overhead, but the marsh near this section barely had any tall cover, just short trees and reed clusters. Nothing that could hide a person. Nothing that could lift one. At noon, clouds thickened, and the pressure dropped, the kind of drop you feel first in your bones, like a quiet compression. The marsh water began to still further, unnaturally synchronized. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Avery whispered, "Do you hear that?" I didn't hear anything at first. And then I realized he wasn't pointing something out. He was asking about the absence of sound. Total silence. The kind you get inside empty houses, not outdoors. No frogs. No insects. No birds. And then, from somewhere straight ahead, something disturbed the water in a slow, light push, like a single, large body gliding just beneath the surface. But there was nothing visible. No shadow this time. No shape. Just movement. We followed it. We shouldn't have. We tracked the movement through the marsh for nearly a quarter mile. Though tracked is generous, there were no footprints, no drag marks, no raised sediment. Only the wide, smooth ripples that drifted just ahead of us, breaking the stillness in a slow and deliberate arc. Ripples are easy to misread, but these behaved like they had intention. Avery and I stayed spread out by 15 feet, search protocol, moving slowly, watching both the water and the thin patches of ground that jutted like islands. My boots sank half an inch into mud with every step. Avery walked lighter, but even he made noise. The ripples ahead of us did not. They flowed silently, as though whatever caused them wasn't breaking the surface tension at all. At 12:37 hours, we found Daniel's second item, a single boot. Clean. Upright. No mud inside. No drag. No tearing. Just standing there on a dry tuft of grass like someone had carefully placed it for us to find. Avery muttered, "That's staged." "By who?" I asked. He didn't answer. We documented the boot, photographed the area, checked for disturbances. Nothing. Not a single impression in the grass around it. As if the boot had appeared without anyone standing there to put it down. I lifted it. It weighed almost nothing, like it had dried in an oven overnight. Something was wrong with the air around us. Humidity dropped sharply, and the hair on my arms rose like static crawling across my skin. When I exhaled, I saw the faintest wisp of breath, even though the marsh was warm. A cold pocket in a wetland is never good news. Out here, cold is a signal of absence, of something missing in the ecosystem. Avery checked his GPS. We're close to the old sink basin. If he went through, he might have fallen in. I knew better. The sink basin was unstable, sure, but it didn't erase evidence. People don't fall into mud without leaving chaos behind: scrapes, smears, depressions. We pressed forward anyway. By 13:04 hours, the silence had grown so total it felt thick. When I shifted my pack straps, the sound of nylon brushing nylon seemed offensively loud. We moved slow. The marsh around us rippled again, one long, steady glide, like something was pacing us from a distance. Then it turned. The ripples curved, changed direction, and headed straight toward us. Avery locked eyes with me. Neither of us spoke. The water ahead bulged upward, not high, just an inch or so, a soft dome pushing outward, like something massive pressed just beneath the surface. Thick reeds parted without breaking. Mud shifted without clouding. Something was passing between us and the basin. But nothing surfaced. Avery whispered, "It's displacement. Something big is moving under." He stopped. Because the ripples halted. Completely. And in the next second, the water directly in front of us returned to perfect, glass-flat stillness. Not fading ripples. Not residual movement. Just instant calm. Like someone pressed pause on the marsh. Avery stepped back. "I don't like this, Mason." I didn't either, but we were past the point of turning around without answers. I motioned for him to hold position as I stepped 3 paces closer to the water's edge. When my boot broke the mud, something clicked, an audible sound, sharp and metallic, like a camera shutter snapping underwater. I froze. Avery whispered, "What was that?" Before I could respond, something disturbed the water directly at my feet. A single bubble rose, large, slow, deliberate, and reached the surface. It didn't pop. It held there, quivering slightly, reflecting the gray sky like an eyeball staring up at me. Then another bubble. Then a third. Forming a triangle. Avery took a step forward, reaching for my jacket, when something shifted behind him. A splash, soft, but clear enough to be unmistakable. We spun around. Another boot, Daniel's second boot, was perched on a patch of moss 6 feet behind Avery, just as clean, just as untouched. It hadn't been there 60 seconds before. We would have seen it. Avery whispered, "It's circling us." But that wasn't what sent the pulse of dread into my ribs. It was the water around the new boot. Perfectly still. Untouched. Like the boot had been lowered from the air. I radioed in for backup, but the signal crackled, distorted, and then dissolved into a heavy buzz, not static, but pressure, like the marsh itself was vibrating inside the frequency. At 13:22 hours, the ripples started again. Only this time, they came from every direction. Not one disturbance. Not one pattern. But dozens small, synchronized rings moving toward us from the entire basin, converging on our position. Avery raised his voice. "Mason, something's happening." I watched the rings tighten around us, precise, evenly spaced, like sonar pulses. They met in a perfect circle at our feet. Then the water inside the circle slowly sank. Not the edges. Not the banks. Just the water within the invisible boundary. Lowering like a drain had opened beneath it. Reeds bowed inward. Mud drew downward. And at the very bottom, 8 feet down in the exposed basin, we saw something impossible. A set of footprints. Daniel's footprints. Perfectly preserved. Each step 5 inches apart. Each impression crisp. And every single one leading forward. Straight into nothing. A dead end in solid mud. Then the water rushed back in. The basin refilled in less than 3 seconds, too fast, too smooth, like gravity hiccuped. Avery yanked me backward as the water surged upward and sealed the exposed footprints beneath its mirrored surface. The last thing I saw before the water fully covered them was the final impression, a deeper footprint, heel to toe, suggesting Daniel had leaned forward as if something had taken him mid-stride. When the basin leveled out again, the water was unnaturally calm. The marsh looked untouched, as though the training event hadn't happened at all. Avery wiped his face with a shaking hand. "We need to get out of here, Mason. Now." I agreed. Protocol said withdraw when terrain becomes unstable. But before either of us took a step, we heard it. A soft splash. Then another. Then another. But these weren't normal splashes. They were rhythmic. Evenly spaced. Like footsteps. Footsteps walking across water. Not splashing into it. Walking on it. I stared across the basin, and at first there was nothing. Just the flat gray sheet of water. Then, slowly, the footsteps became visible, not the person, not the legs, not any shape, only the disturbance where each step landed. A small uplift of water. A soft depression. A faint ring expanding outward. As if an invisible figure were walking straight toward us. Avery took 2 steps back, voice cracking. "We have to move." But I was locked in place. Because the footsteps weren't random. They were following Daniel's stride length exactly. Same spacing. Same rhythm. Same direction. Coming from the center of the basin. Heading toward the shore where we stood. I forced myself backward. "Avery, go! Now!" We retreated 20 feet before Avery cursed loudly, tripping. I turned to help him and saw what made him fall. Daniel's backpack. Resting upright on a clump of grass. Dry. Clean. Perfect. It hadn't been there moments earlier. I grabbed Avery by the arm and pulled him away from it. Everything inside me screamed that touching it was the wrong call. Not because of contamination or evidence protocol, because it felt placed the way the boots were placed. Deliberately. We backed up another 20 feet, and the footsteps on the water kept approaching. Slow, steady, patient. Avery whispered, "It's copying his path." I didn't respond. My throat was locked. The footsteps reached the shoreline, but they didn't stop. The impressions lifted from water to mud without leaving a print. Like the figure stepped upward instead of downward. And then the sound stopped. Everything stopped. The marsh went silent again. Avery raised his radio. "Command, this is Tech Avery. Immediate extraction requested from North Marsh Sector. Terrain anomaly. Potential environmental hazard." Only static responded. Then a breath. Not from Avery. Not from me. From the radio. A slow, heavy inhale. Followed by a slower exhale. Avery froze, eyes wide. Then the radio repeated in a faint, distorted whisper. "Something is above me." Daniel's voice. I grabbed the radio from Avery, but the feed cut to silence. No static. Just dead air. Avery pulled back. "Mason, we're done. We have to get out." We started retreating toward the elevated boardwalk. The fog, which had burned off earlier, was rolling back in now fast, low, purposeful. The kind that moves in straight lines instead of drifting. I kept glancing upward, even though I didn't know what I expected to see. At 14:03 hours, Avery gave a sharp cry. I spun around to see him staring at the ground. A single footprint beside him. Not his. Not mine. Not Daniel's boot size. Barefoot. Human-shaped. Perfectly formed in the mud. but the surrounding mud was undisturbed, meaning it hadn't been stepped into. It had been pressed downward. From above, Avery staggered back. "Mason. Something's." He didn't finish, because the reeds behind him bent inward, flattening in a narrow ripple that traveled upward straight into the air like a vertical wave climbing instead of falling. Then everything shifted. The air pressure crushed downward. A cold blast swept over us. The fog twisted into a spiral, tightening like a funnel. And the footprint beside Avery deepened. Slowly, like weight was being added to it. I grabbed his arm hard. "Move." We sprinted across the marsh, splashing through shallow patches, leaping over unstable ground. The fog chased us, no other way to describe it, rolling after us in a straight, narrow corridor, like something inside it was following our motion. When we reached the boardwalk, Avery vaulted onto the planks. I followed, turning just once to look back. The footprints were returning. Not Daniel's. Not barefoot. Ours. Our fresh ones disappearing one by one, smoothing perfectly back to untouched mud, erasing our presence step by step. Something was following us, and something wanted the record of us gone. We didn't stop running until the ranger station was in sight. At 15:17 hours, command finally received our calls. Backup arrived. A full team swept the marsh. They found no footprints. No basin disturbance. No boots. No backpack. No notebook. Nothing. Except one thing. In a shallow patch near the basin, they found a single new footprint. Barefoot. Perfectly formed. Facing upward. As if someone had stepped down from the sky. My name is Ranger Coral Vance, and I have served in Grand Teton National Park for 9 years. In that time, I have responded to falls, exposure, lost hikers, animal encounters, and every kind of visitor emergency you can imagine. But nothing in my training prepared me for what happened on the lower flank of the Paintbrush Divide Trail the morning the missing couple's campsite was discovered. We were already running behind schedule when dispatch radioed me with the update. The couple, Evan and Marissa Dole, had failed to check in after an overnight permit. They weren't inexperienced. Their route had been planned, conservative, and they were familiar with local terrain. A missed check-in isn't an immediate crisis, but something in the tone of the communications officer told me they were worried. So was I, cold front pushing through, winds picking up, and a front-heavy storm cell marching straight across the Tetons by mid-afternoon. When I arrived at the campsite around 9:40, the first thing I noticed was the silence. Not an unusual silence, the kind that sits naturally in high alpine forest, but a pressured one, tense and unmoving, like the air didn't want to carry sound. It was subtle, and I wrote it off as nerves, but in hindsight I can tell you the unease started the moment I stepped off the switchback and saw their tent. The fabric was sliced clean open from the inside. Not torn. Not chewed. A straight cut. Some hikers panic in the night and slash their way out, especially if they feel trapped inside a damaged zipper or pinned by fallen gear. But this tent had no such damage. The zipper worked fine. And the cut was deliberate, a clean arc running from floor seam to apex, like someone inside had pushed a blade through and swept upward. I crouched, lifted the flap, and inspected the interior. Sleeping bags unzipped. Pads askew. A couple of personal items scattered, headlamp, map, one glove, but nothing indicating a rush or struggle. Whatever happened, it didn't happen violently. Or at least not inside the tent. But the strangest detail sat just outside. Their boots, 4 in total, neatly lined up in a perfect row, toes pointed toward the tree line. Mud rinsed clean from the soles, laces loose, not tied or knotted. Just waiting. As if both hikers had stepped out, placed them deliberately, then walked barefoot into the forest. Barefoot hikers aren't unheard of, but not here. Not at elevation. Not in October cold. And never two at once. I marked the positions, photographed the arrangement, then ran a slow sweep outward. No prints. No debris. No tracks in any direction. If they had walked away, they had done so without leaving any sign. That alone set my teeth on edge. Soft dirt should have held impressions. Morning dew should have been disturbed. Around 10:05, I radioed Incident Command and requested another ranger to help expand the search radius. Until backup arrived, protocol required I remain within the immediate zone. But I didn't want to stay close to that tent. Something felt wrong in the same quiet, rational, natural way you feel wrongness before a storm. You can't point to it, but you know it's there. I circled again, this time slower, forcing myself to breathe evenly. My boot nudged something half buried under a thin carpet of needles, a pocket knife. I picked it up with gloved fingers. Clean. Sharp. No blood. No dirt on the blade. It looked as if it had been wiped. Or had never touched anything at all. I opened it. The blade length matched the arc cut in the tent almost exactly. The couple's names were etched onto the handle. Ethan Dole. The knife was his. It should have been in his pack or pocket. And yet it sat here, open, abandoned, but not used carelessly. I felt the pressure in the air build again, subtle, like atmospheric weight shifting, but enough for my instincts to stand at full attention. At 10:28, Ranger Jared Sloan arrived. Young, sharp, field savvy. He took one look at the boots and whispered, "That's not normal." No, it wasn't. We split the responsibilities. He reviewed gear inventory. I initiated a step-by-step reconstruction. That's when I noticed the second oddity. Their food bag was untouched, still cinched, hung properly from a limb. No sign of bear activity. No sign of rushed packing. And on the table of a flat rock near the hang spot was a folded sheet of paper weighted by a river stone. Evan's handwriting. Dated yesterday afternoon. A quick check-in. Clear skies. Trail quiet. Feeling good. But the last line chilled me more than the sliced tent. Something keeps moving between the trees. Not close enough to identify. Not far enough to ignore. There was no elaboration. No tone of panic. But the sentence carried an unnatural balance, too calm for the content, too neat in structure for a casual note. It read like he had written it carefully, with intention, maybe even deliberation. As if he wanted it found. Jared muttered, "Could be a moose." I shook my head. Moose aren't subtle. And they don't stop leaving tracks. We ate up nearly half an hour combing the first 50 yards, then another 30 on the next stretch. Nothing. No broken twigs. No scuff marks. No indication of direction. At 11:32, command radioed a shift in weather arrival time, storm expected earlier. The urgency doubled. We pushed out another 50 yards. Still nothing. Then I found it. At the very edge of a narrow drainage chute, where the soil darkened toward marshy runoff, lay a pair of impressions. Not footprints, depressions, evenly placed, shallow, side by side. Not heel to toe. Not even shaped like a foot. Just two oval indents, smooth-bottomed, as if something had pressed down with uniform weight before lifting cleanly away. They pointed in the same direction as the boots. Straight toward the deeper forest. And they weren't human. I didn't call Jared over right away. Something in me wanted a full minute to absorb the shape, the symmetry, the impossible neatness of those two ovals. They looked almost artificial, like someone had used a tool to stamp the ground. But the forest floor wasn't consistent enough for that. The soil should have resisted. The pine needles should have shifted irregularly. Instead, the impressions were precise, equal depth across, edges crisp as if cut. It was not the kind of mark nature makes by accident. I crouched low, eye level with the depressions, letting my breath fog lightly in the cold air. The storm front was dragging wind down into the valley, bringing a restless energy that made the aspen shiver in small, staggered waves. I brushed a gloved fingertip across the nearest oval. The soil felt slightly damp, darker than the surrounding area, and faintly colder. But that could have been the wind. Or my imagination leaning too far into a strange morning. Still, I radioed command. "Fans here. I've got possible sign, unclear origin. Requesting documentation guidance before casting or disturbing." A pause. Then, copy, Ranger Vance. Assess stability. Sloan unseen? Affirmative. While command debated protocol, I finally waved Jared over. He jogged the 10 yards between us and stopped hard when he saw the impressions. "What the hell stands like that?" he whispered. "Nothing I know," I said. "Not in this park." He crouched, one knee touching the ground. "Snowshoe hare?" "No." "Maybe elk knee impressions?" But the spacing. And why here? Without prints leading in or out. He exhaled slowly through his teeth. I hate when sign just starts. That was exactly the problem. Human or animal, everything leaves a trail. A beginning. A set of hints. Nature doesn't erase itself without reason, and humans never move without disturbing something. But here, in the exact place where any trail should have started or ended, there was only this pair of ovals, perfectly placed as if left intentionally. The radio crackled back. "Fans, document thoroughly but no cast. Incoming weather window too narrow. Expand your search but maintain partner distance." We acknowledged, and I felt the tension between my shoulder blades clamp again. Weather compressing timeline. Missing hikers for more than 12 hours. Strange campsite. Strange impressions. And a terrain zone that grows more complex the farther you move toward the canyon corridor. We widened the radius. Nothing. No torn clothing. No gear. No specialized prints. No bodily fluids. No signs of predation or panic. It was as if Evan and Marissa had simply walked from their tent toward the forest and then been intercepted, coaxed, met by something. At 12:10, wind picked up enough to push branches into a steady hiss. Jared checked the sky. "Storm's coming fast. We're gonna lose light. We need at least one directional prompt before pulling out." "One." He nodded. We kept going. Around 12:24, we reached the beginning of a thin-game trail cutting through dense timber. Branches arched overhead like a low tunnel. Not an official route, but animals use it enough to keep it navigable. The air down the narrow channel felt heavier, colder, and the light dimmed under the canopy. I moved forward, cautious. 10 yards in, something glinted on the trail surface. I knelt and pinched it from the dirt, a small silver earring. Simple stud. Flattened back. Tarnish at the edge. I recognized it immediately. Marissa had been wearing a pair in her permit photo. "Jared," I called softly. He stepped up beside me and dropped into a squat. That's hers. Dropped deliberately? Lost? He scanned the branches. We would have seen more disturbance if she struggled. No drag marks. No bent saplings. So either it fell by accident or I looked down the long, dark stretch of trail. She wanted us to find it. The wind shifted again, colder this time, unnaturally so for pre-storm gusts. I zipped my jacket up to the throat. We advanced another 15 yards when Jared stiffened and raised his palm. Listen. I held still, breath shallow. At first it sounded like wind vibrating through deadfall. Then the pattern emerged, faint, intermittent, far ahead. Tap. Tap tap. Pause. Tap. Metal on wood. You hear that? Jared murmured. Yes. We locked eyes. Could be a loose signpost, he suggested. Or a snapped branch swinging. We both knew the sound carried rhythm, intent. But neither of us said that aloud. We moved deeper, careful, controlled. The tapping grew intermittent, never steady enough to define, but always just ahead. Not retreating, not approaching. Holding distance. At 12:41, the trail opened into a small clearing of knee-high sagebrush bordered by tight clusters of fir. The tapping stopped. We scanned. Nothing moved. No birds. No squirrels. No insects. Just the wind overhead, but not here. Not on the ground. The clearing itself felt like it was holding its breath. Then Jared whispered, "Coral, look." He pointed at the fir line opposite us. My eyes adjusted. At first I saw only branches, interwoven shadows. Then a shape emerged among them, not an animal, not a human silhouette, but a discoloration between limbs. A vertical smear, pale, narrow, about 5 feet off the ground. Not solid. Not fully visible. Like a patch of diffused light where no light should reach. I blinked. It held still. "What is that?" he murmured. My heartbeat hammered against my ribs. "I don't know," I said. "It's not moving." Could be a fabric scrap. Or someone's reflective gear. Not reflective. Reflection requires light source. We waited. 5 seconds. 10. The pale smear didn't flicker. Didn't sway with the trees. Didn't shift with the wind. And then it simply wasn't there. Not moved. Not obscured. Gone. Like a frame skipped. Jared sucked in a breath. Okay. That's not. Something cracked behind us, clean, sharp, close. We spun. But nothing was there. Only the narrowing game trail we'd followed. And the faint sound of someone walking barefoot across dry needles. Just out of sight. My pulse kicked hard enough to make my gloves tremble. Instinct said retreat to open ground, regroup, call command. But logic intervened. Missing persons. Possible sign. And we were still well within response time and protocol limits. We had no confirmation of danger, only unexplained details in a forest full of unexplained details. But the sound of those soft steps, bare, measured, unhurried, felt wrong in a way training doesn't cover. "Stay visible," I whispered to Jared. "Stay parallel. Don't break line of sight." We pivoted slowly, scanning tree by tree. Nothing moved. Yet the sound persisted, light compressions of dry needles, pacing somewhere between 10 and 15 yards behind us. Not creeping. Not stalking. Just matching our position. "Command needs to know," Jared said, voice controlled but thin. I raised my radio. Dispatch, this is Vance. We have auditory anomalies in Sector 6, no visual confirmation. Requesting. Static. Full band, grinding static. I switched channels. Static. Jared tried his unit. Same result. Dead zones aren't unusual in canyon-adjacent pockets, but we weren't deep enough for total blackout. Weather interference shouldn't have hit yet. Something was suppressing range. Coral, Jared said, we should pull back to higher ground. He wasn't wrong. But leaving a known sign point before confirming direction felt like abandoning our best lead. I took one step forward to test whether the sound followed. It did. 2 soft compressions, precisely matching my stride. Okay, I said quietly. We move. But slow. No running. Running triggers responses in wildlife, and in whatever isn't wildlife, he muttered. We began walking toward the clearing exit. The steps followed. Same distance. Same cadence. Not closer. Not farther. Just present. By the time we re-entered the Gain Trail tunnel, the light had dimmed further, cloud cover thickening overhead. My breath fogged in small bursts as we walked. I kept my shoulders squared, resisting the urge to turn around again and again. Whatever followed us never deviated left or right. It seemed to prefer staying just out of visual range, aligned with the path. At 12:58, we emerged back into the forest strip near the oval impressions. The sound stopped immediately. Cut clean. As if whatever produced it was bound to a threshold it couldn't cross. Jared exhaled hard. I hate this. I hate every part of this. We're documenting everything, I said. Photograph the trail entrance. Then we regroup at the tent. He moved to take the pictures. I stood near the impressions, suddenly aware of exactly how vulnerable the open forest felt. The wind pushed colder now, almost icy, carrying faint moisture ahead of the storm. Then my radio crackled, distorted, but clear enough. Vance, come and repeat Vance status. I answered immediately. Dispatch, this is Vance. We have intermittent comms. 2 missing persons still unlocated. We found sign but unusual. Storm front advancing ahead of schedule, dispatch cut in. Wind gusts increasing. Report to base camp within 30 minutes. Repeat 30 minutes. 30 minutes. That wasn't enough time to push farther into the forest. And the idea of doing so with weather collapsing and radio interference worsening felt like a recipe for 3 missing persons instead of 2. We'll extract, I said, and lowered the radio. Jared returned from photographing. His face looked pale beneath the brim of his hat. Coral. Look at this. He handed me his phone. The picture he'd taken of the Gain Trail entrance was clear, but something else sat in the frame. In the far background, down the dark stretch of trail, stood a shape. A human-sized silhouette. Upright. Still. But featureless, as if filled with shadow instead of detail. I zoomed. Pixels distorted. The shape did not. I didn't see anyone, Jared whispered. No one was there. I checked the timestamp. 20 seconds ago. The exact moment the footsteps stopped. We're leaving, I said. Now. We moved quickly but controlled, retracing our route to the campsite. The woods around us held an unnatural silence, not windless, not still, but muted, like every sound was being caught and absorbed before reaching our ears. At 13:17, we arrived back at the tent. and froze. The boots we documented, the neat row pointing toward the trees, were gone. In their place stood 2 new pairs of footprints. Barefoot impressions. Deep enough to hold water from the rising humidity. Leading straight to the tent slit. And stopping there. Not walking away. Not circling. Stopping. As if someone had stood just outside the cut fabric, waiting. My skin prickled under every layer of clothing. "Coral," Jared whispered, "someone was here." While we were gone. I crouched, studying the prints. Human size. Human shape. Toe definition. Heel depth. All correct. Except for one detail, each impression was perfectly aligned, symmetrical, parallel to the tent. Human footsteps don't fall that cleanly. Not on uneven forest floor. Not in a pair of 2. A tightened pressure filled the air again, the same wrongness I'd felt that morning, now undeniable. "We go," I said, rising quickly. Immediate return. We radioed command, got partial confirmation through more static, and began moving toward the main trail. But before we left the campsite perimeter, something made me glance back. Inside the slit of the tent, dead center on the torn sleeping bag, lay a folded piece of paper that had not been there before. We hadn't missed it. It was new. I stepped back, reached in with gloved fingers, and unfolded it. 6 words, written in Evan's handwriting. "Don't follow us into the forest." Below it, one final line. "We're not the ones walking." My name is Search Coordinator Jace Rowan, and I've spent the last 11 years managing missing person operations across Glacier National Park. Most cases resolve with a mixture of sweat, luck, and patient grid searches. Kids wander, hikers misjudge distances, people panic and turn themselves around. But none of that prepared me for the boy who vanished on the flat top trail just before noon, a straightforward path, moderate elevation, dry conditions, no wildlife alerts, no storm systems rolling in. Just a clear, quiet October day with cold air moving off the high ridge lines. His name was Tyler Reddick, age 9. Visiting with his aunt, a geology teacher who'd brought him out for a simple half-mile walk so he could collect interesting stones for a school project. The trail is as safe as Glacier ever gets, wide, stable tread, minimal exposure, no cliffs, no sudden drop-offs. She said she turned around to photograph a cedar trunk with early frost crystals on the bark. When she turned back, Tyler was gone. Not walked ahead. Not lagged behind. Gone. She called out for him immediately. No answer. She ran 10 yards forward, 20 back, then another 30 down trail. Still nothing. When I got the call at 11:42, my first reaction was irritation. Kids hide, kids wander, and adults panic quicker than they should. But her voice over the radio killed that assumption. She wasn't panicking. She was terrified. Something in her tone told me that she knew, the instant she realized he wasn't on the trail, that something had gone wrong in a way she couldn't explain. I arrived at 12:07 with 2 rangers, Peters and Leland, and the aunt was standing dead in the center of the trail, arms wrapped tight around herself despite wearing a thick jacket. Her face looked carved out. Eyes wide but unfocused. Shock starting to set in. She pointed down the trail, maybe 20 yards. "His backpack," she whispered. I didn't touch it. We moved carefully. And then I saw it. A small blue day pack sat upright on the trail, perfectly balanced. Not slumped. Not leaning. As if someone had placed it there with care. Around it, 12 stones, each one Tyler had collected. Polished pieces of quartzite, shale, red argillite, a chunk of banded mudstone. all arranged in a flawless circle around the pack, spaced evenly, like markers. Or boundaries. Who set this up? Peters asked. The aunt shook her head violently. No one. I never saw anyone else. And I didn't chase, he wouldn't do that. He was putting them inside the bag. He couldn't make a circle like that without me seeing him. I crouched beside the pack. The stones had no tool marks, no unusual residue, nothing but dirt and the natural scratches they would have had from the trail. The arrangement was careful, too careful. Perfect geometry doesn't happen by chance. Not with fist-sized rocks placed by a 9-year-old. And not in the few seconds between an adult taking a photo and turning back. Leland circled wide, scanning the tree line. Tracks. No, I said before confirming. The soil here was firm, packed by foot traffic and early freeze-thaw cycles. It would take a deliberate heavy step to leave anything. But I checked anyway. Nothing. No prints. No scuffs. No drag marks. No indication that Tyler had walked into the trees or down the trail or off trail. Not even a partial heel. Peters lifted the bag. It was full: snacks, water, notebook, extra stones, jacket, everything except the circle stones. Feels untouched, he said. Zippers closed. Fingerprint gloves on, I reminded him. Treat it as evidence for now. The aunt wrapped her arms tighter. He was right next to me. He said he liked the smooth red one. Then I took the picture. And then... She stopped, voice cracking. I stepped closer, lowering my tone. Take your time. Did you hear anything? A branch snap? Footsteps? A voice? She shook her head slowly. No. Not even the birds. That's the part one noticed right away. It went quiet. That caught my attention. Glacier is loud. Even in still air, the forest clicks and rustles and creaks and sighs. Silence is unnatural unless weather is about to shift. But today's weather held steady. No pressure drop. No wind shear. Show me exactly where you were standing, I told her. She walked me 10 yards uphill to the cedar. Frost still clung to the bark, melting in faint beads under thinning sunlight. She pointed to the ground. He was right here. Kneeling. He picked up the red argillite. I looked away maybe 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Enough time for a cougar strike? No. Cougar predation leaves a mess, disturbed soil, drag marks, blood, paw prints. Tyler's pack sat pristine. The circle around it cleaner than his footprints should have been. Enough time for the boy to run? Hide? Wander? Yes, theoretically. But then where were the footprints? Even a kid trying to hide leaves something. Leaves everything. Did Tyler say anything before he disappeared? Anything unusual? She hesitated. He said, I wish they'd stop moving. I straightened. Who? She shook her head. He wasn't talking to me. He was looking at the rocks. I thought he meant his hands were cold or the wind made them roll. But the wind wasn't blowing. I walked back down to the backpack. The circle of stones remained perfectly spaced, as if held by a compass. No randomness. No staggering. Measured distance 8 to 10 inches between each, consistent all the way around. Not a child's pattern. And not something a kid could arrange without leaving any trace of his movements. My radio crackled. Rowan, status? I lifted it to my mouth. Backpack recovered. No footprints. No signs of direction. Starting grid search. But even as I said the words, I felt something in the air, a faint pressure shift, like the moment before a storm that wasn't coming. And for the first time in 11 years, I felt something else too. A tight, cold certainty that whatever happened to the boy didn't follow any pattern glacier search operations were trained for. We began our search with a rapid concentric sweep radiating out from the backpack. With no prints or directional clues, we had to assume the boy could have gone anywhere within a 100-yard radius in those few seconds. But the terrain here wasn't open. It was dense, layered with underbrush, fallen logs, tight clusters of fir and spruce. Even a small child pushing through vegetation leaves bent needles or displaced debris. We found none. Leland moved north, Peters south. I took the west boundary, steering toward a slope that funneled into a narrow drainage cut. The ant stayed with a backup ranger who'd just arrived, both positioned to alert us if the backpack moved or the circle changed. I scanned every inch, broken twigs, snagged fibers, partial prints, soil disturbances. My boots cracked thin frost crust as I walked, leaving obvious impressions. The boy should have left even clearer ones. And yet there was nothing. At 12:32, Peters radioed, "I've got something." Maybe. We converged on his location, a down log, old spruce, hollowed at the bottom. On the outer surface, about knee height, sat a faint smear of red dust. Argillite. The same rock Tyler had been collecting. I scraped a small sample into a vial. Could this have come from the circle stones? Peters shook his head. Different shade. And texture. So he was here, Leland said. At least he touched it. Not necessarily, I said. Could have transferred from his hand earlier or rubbed off a stone in his pocket. But as I spoke, I saw Peter's expression shift. "There's more," he said quietly. He pointed to the hollow beneath the log. Inside, in the dark recess, sat 3 small stones. Not arranged. Not in a pattern. Stacked. One on top of the other. "Tyler didn't do that," Peters murmured. "Too deliberate." I crouched, leaning in. The stones were stable, balanced perfectly despite uneven shapes. One bump to the log should have toppled them. But they held firm. No tracks leading in. No kneeling impressions. Nothing. I removed the stones carefully, photographed their positions, and bagged them individually. If a person placed them, they'd left fingerprints or oils. If an animal nosed them, there'd be scent traces or saliva. And if... I cut that thought short. Realism mattered. Evidence mattered. No room for conjecture. But something felt off. Not supernatural. Not dramatic. Just off balance, like pieces arranged by someone who didn't fully understand human patterns, only the idea of them. We returned to the trail at 12:48 and froze. The circle stones around the backpack had changed. Still a perfect circle. But larger now. 18 stones instead of 12. The ant's breathing hitched. I didn't touch them. I swear to God, I didn't chase. No one came near it. Peter scanned the tree line, hand on his radio. Someone's watching us. Has to be. Or the stones were already nearby, Leland said, though he sounded like he didn't believe his own words. I crouched, examined the outer edges. No hand impressions. No foot impressions. The stones were clean, too clean. No fresh dirt on top, no scraped surfaces from being placed quickly. It was as if they'd been here all along, buried just beneath the needles, and simply appeared. My radio crackled again. Rowan, do you copy? Copy. Be advised, secondary teams are en route. 30 mics out. Weather stable. Continue search. I looked at the circle once more. Now 18 stones, perfectly spaced. Geometry still flawless. The ant whispered, Jace, is he alive? We're going to find him, I said, because that was what I was trained to say. But inside, a coldness curled deep. I turned to the woods. We're expanding the search. 200-yard radius. Fast sweep. We moved out again. At 1310, Leland radioed in. I've got more stone stacks. 5 this time. Different shapes. Balanced like the first. Mark them. Photograph. Bag. Already done. At 1316, Peters found a 6th stack beside a fir trunk, this one taller, for stones, each one a type Tyler had collected earlier. Still no prints. Still no scent trails for the K9 team, who radioed that their dog had no track whatsoever, which is nearly impossible. At 1322, I found a place in the forest where the needles were oddly disturbed, a shallow circular indentation, maybe 4 feet wide. Not a depression. Not a print. Just a smooth, unnatural clearing, like someone brushed the ground with a flat tool. In its center sat a single stone. The same red argillite the boy had been holding. Warm to the touch. And everything in me went cold. I marked the location and photographed the stone. Peters and Leland arrived minutes later, and both fell silent as soon as they saw the smooth clearing. What made that? Peters asked. Not wind, Leland murmured. Not frost. Not melt. My thoughts raced. Glacier has no shortage of geological quirks, glacial scouring, animal beds, ground frost rings, but this was none of those. This was deliberate. Controlled. And the warm stone in my hand unnerved me more than anything else that day. Stones don't hold heat in cold air unless touched recently. Or kept somewhere warmer. But Tyler had disappeared around noon. Nearly an hour had passed. Even in pockets of sun, argillite loses warmth quickly. The ant approached slowly, careful not to step into the cleared circle. He was holding that, she whispered. That exact stone. He liked how smooth it was. What do you mean exact? I asked. Look at the stripe, she said, tapping the air. The pale banding through the center. He pointed it out to me. She was right. This wasn't another red stone. It was his. And it had been placed here. We stared at the clearing, at the stone, at the forest beyond it. And that's when the silence deepened again. Not natural quiet. Absence. As if the trees themselves were holding their breath. My radio hissed. A voice broke through, distorted, irregular. Row, and to you, copy. I pressed transmit. This is Rowan. Signal degrading. Repeat. Bare static answered. Then, faintly. We see movement on thermal, not animal, advisory group. The signal snapped off. Thermal? Something moving without leaving prints. Without scent? Without disturbing ground? A cold ripple passed down my spine. We're pulling back to the trail, I said. Now! As we moved, the ant kept glancing behind us. Something's wrong, she whispered. Jace, something's been wrong since the moment he picked up that first stone. We reached the trail at 1341. And froze again. The backpack was lying on its side now. not overturned. Placed. And the stones, every single one, were gone. All 18. I stepped forward, scanning the ground. Check the perimeter. Fast. Leland moved immediately. Peters climbed a small rise for a vantage point. The ant knelt beside the pack. "This is different," she murmured. It was upright. It was always upright. I opened the pack carefully. Everything was still inside. Except the notebook. Gone. A page lay folded beneath the straps, tucked neatly, deliberately. My hands went cold as I slipped it free. Tyler's handwriting. Slightly uneven, rushed, but his. I read aloud. "Please don't look for me. I'm not far. I'm just not where you think." The ant pressed her hands to her mouth. A sound escaped her, low, raw, breaking. Peters called from above us. "Chase. You need to see this." We scrambled to his position, a small outcrop overlooking a gentle slope. Below us, in the clearing, arranged in a perfect geometric ring, were the stones. All of them. Dozens now. Not 12. Not 18. Dozens. Forming a circle nearly 20 feet wide. Tyler's notebook sat in the center. "No one could have done that without us hearing," Leland whispered. "No one could have done that in 10 minutes, I said. The ant stepped forward, voice trembling. "He's trying to tell us something." I zoomed my binoculars in on the notebook. Open. A second message written inside. 4 words. "We don't walk alone." The ant grabbed my arm. "Chase, look." To the right of the stone circle, just within the trees, stood a shape. Small. Still. Child-sized. Facing us. I lifted my binoculars. The shape didn't move. Didn't shift. Didn't wave. Did nothing a child should do. Its legs were too straight. Its posture too rigid. As if it were standing because something placed it there. "Tyler," the ant whispered. The figure didn't respond. When I blinked just once, it was no longer there. The forest swallowed the space where it had stood. No running. No rustling. No departure. Just absence. Total, impossible absence. My radio crackled sharply, clear this time, urgent. "Rowan. Thermal shows multiple heat signatures around your position. Not human. Not stationary. Recommend immediate extraction." I lowered the binoculars. The ant's face had drained of all color. Leland whispered, "Where's the boy?" I looked again at the stone circle, at the notebook lying open in its center. At the message written in a child's hand. "We don't walk alone." And for the first time in my career, I ordered a full, immediate retreat, not because of weather, not because of terrain, but because Glacier had shown us something we could not track, could not chase, and could not understand. And because somewhere in that cold, quiet forest, a child had written a message meant for us. A message that suggested he wasn't missing. He just wasn't here. Anymore. My name is Ranger Elora Shaw, and I have served in the Sawtooth National Forest for 11 years, long enough to know what belongs in these mountains and what doesn't. Long enough to trust my eyes and distrust my instincts when they warned me too early. But nothing in my experience prepared me for the disappearance of Bryce Kemper, a 34-year-old hiker who vanished on a clear September morning along the Alpine Loop. Bryce was blonde, buzz-cut, lean, cautious, and strong. He packed conservatively, left detailed notes with the trail register, and told his brother he'd be back before sundown. A routine overnight hike. Nothing complicated. But at 10:14 a.m., a backpacker found Bryce's trekking pole lying in the middle of the switchback. Not dropped. Placed. Balanced across two rocks like someone had set it there deliberately. We treat such signs carefully. Gear on the trail usually means injury, but the placement was too neat. When I arrived on scene at 10:42 with Ranger Hale, the air held that brittle morning clarity Sawtooth gets before weather decides whether to move in or break apart. Pole looks undamaged, Hale murmured. Tips clean. No drag marks. Let's start a sweep, I said. We canvassed 30 yards up trail, nothing, no prints but heavy weekend foot traffic. Down trail, same. The soil was dry but impression friendly. A missing hiker and trail runners should have left partials at the very least. But we found only overlapping prints from other visitors, none deep or fresh enough to isolate. At 11:07, maybe 10 yards off trail, Hale called out, "Elora, you need to see this." I ducked through the brush toward him. He stood beside a low-hanging pine bough. Stuck on its needles was a strand of hair, long, dark, maybe 18 inches, twisted slightly at the end. "Could be from another hiker," he said. "Where's the break from the root?" I asked. He leaned closer, frowned. "There isn't one. Clean ends on both sides. Like a ribbon that hadn't broken, just shed." "Human?" he asked. "Looks like it. But Bryce." "I know." We bagged it, marked coordinates, kept moving. At 11:21, we found another strand. Same length. Same dark color. Same clean-cut ends. Snagged on a birch branch at head height, my height, not Bryce's. The forest grew quieter as we progressed. Not silent, not wrong, just subdued. Birds moved but didn't chatter. Wind passed through but didn't whistle. A held breath sort of quiet. We found the third strand at 11:32, caught on a dead limb, low enough that someone would have to duck under aggressively to leave it behind. But Bryce's last recorded height was under 5 feet 9 inches. He wasn't tall enough to be scraping these branches naturally. Hale scanned the woods. Is someone messing with us? Another hiker playing games? No prints, I said. And nobody reported seeing anyone else on this stretch. He looked toward the slope. It could be a woman. A lost one. Maybe she found Bryce and they moved together. Then she left no tracks either. That shut him up. We pushed deeper along the mild incline. I checked wind direction, steady, light, carrying no sense of human sweat or decaying pine. The humidity rose slightly, not enough to suggest incoming weather but enough to hold sound strangely. At 12:04, we found Bryce's second trekking pole leaning upright against a tree. The placement was eerie, perfectly balanced, handle up, tip pressed against the bark like someone had rested it there with care. "This is deliberate," I said. "Everything we found is deliberate." Hale nodded, jaw tight. "Breadcrumb trail? Or misdirection?" I stepped around the tree to check the backside and froze. Against the bark, caught between two peeling plates, were 3 more strands of the same long dark hair, braided loosely, as though someone had woven them quickly before tucking them there. "Okay," Hale said quietly. "This is not normal." No, it was not. Long hair is easy to lose when hiking, but not purposefully arranged. And not repeatedly in a straight line with no prints leading to or away from the deposits. At 12:18, we reached a clearing, small, circular, stones scattered loosely by seasonal runoff. On the far side, propped upright against a stump, was Bryce's hydration reservoir. Full. Tap sealed. No tooth marks, no tears. And beneath it, hair, Hale said, voice low. Not one strand. Not tangled pieces. But a clump, 30, maybe 40 strands long, dark, and tied at one end as though pulled together by a loose knot. Bag it, I said. Hale didn't move. Elora, this is wrong. This is way too much hair for accidental snagging. It's human, I said. Dark. Thick. So not Bryce. We have a missing blonde man, he said, and we're tracking someone else entirely. He didn't need to state the rest. Someone else was moving through this forest. Someone who wanted us to know they were here. At 12:33, I radioed command. Shot a base. We have anomalous human hair depositions. Unrelated to missing subject characteristics. Possible third party involved. Requesting additional units and perimeter extension. Static. A brief crackle. Then. Copy, Shaw. 2 units en route. Maintain search but document everything. I clipped the radio back to my vest. And that's when we found the first footprint. Not deep. Not clear. But unmistakably human. Barefoot. Small. Not Bryce's size. Leading deeper into the forest. Toward the boggy bend where visibility turned poor even midday. I stared at the hair we bagged. At the barefoot print. At the path ahead. Someone had walked this trail barefoot. Someone with long dark hair. Someone who was not in any missing person report. And for reasons I still don't understand, the forest seemed to lean inward slightly, as if listening to us. The barefoot print was shallow but undeniable heel depression, distinct arch, toe splay. Adult-sized, though smaller than Bryce's. The spacing between strides indicated a slow, controlled walk, not running, not stumbling. Whoever left them was calm. And barefoot. In a forest filled with sharp debris and hidden roots. Who the hell walks barefoot out here? Hale muttered. No one who wants to keep their skin, I said. But someone did. And more unsettling, there were no prints leading up to the one we found. Just a single, perfect impression. As if the person had taken one careful step and vanished into air before or after. We followed the faint line of disturbed duff. Not prints, just subtle displacement, like someone brushing through brush lightly. At 12:47, we found another series of hair snags, 3 strands, long and dark, caught on a fir limb only chest high. As though someone shorter had passed beneath it. Not Bryce. Another. A stranger. We moved cautiously toward the bog bend. Sawtooth bogland swallows sound, swallowing tracks with equal ease. But hair shouldn't behave like trail markers. We reached the bog at 13:02. The ground was soft, but not fully waterlogged, a transitional season. I scanned for impressions. Hale scanned the tree lean. The air held a heavier scent now, wet soil and a faint metallic tang that didn't belong. Elora, Hale called from 10 yards left. Got something. I walked over. More hair. Not snagged this time. Placed. Coiled in a spiral on a flat rock, like someone had formed a loose ring of their own hair and left it purposefully. The ends were clean, no follicle base, no broken roots, each strand cut. Not torn. This is intentional, I said. Deliberate placement. Hale blew out a breath. Are we tracking a second missing person? One who what? Grooms the landscape as they walk. No reports match this. No overdue hikers in the area except Bryce. So whose hair is this? I didn't answer. Because I didn't know. And I hated not knowing. My radio crackled. Units en route ETA 25 minutes. Weather stable. Then a pause. Shaw, do you copy location? I answered. Copy. Continuing search along bog perimeter. Another pause, then faint static. Advise caution. Numerous visitors reported seeing a woman in the area earlier. No one got a good look. I stiffened. Hale's eyes met mine. What woman? Description vague, I said. But none of the visitors mentioned blonde hair. Or buzz cuts. Meaning she wasn't Bryce. He looked at the spiral of hair. Meaning she might be the one leaving this. We pushed deeper along the bog trail. At 1319, I spotted a faint indentation in the mud, another bare footprint, same size as before. And next to it, caught in the damp soil, was a single long dark hair pinned by a tiny twig. But still no matching prints, none preceding, none following. Just that one. I don't like this, Hale said. She's marking a path. But not with footprints. With hair. And guiding us, I said. Or leading us away. Hale's radio crackled softly. Shaw, Hale, be advised, trace thermal picked up movement south of your position. The voice cut out. Thermals don't pick up hair, Hale said tightly. People do, I replied. We reached the narrowest end of the bog, a place where the forest tightens around you, where sight lines shrink and tree trunks lean inward from years of winter snowpack. And there, against a cedar trunk at eye level, was the largest deposition yet. Someone had tied strands of dark hair into a loop and hung it around a broken stub of branch like an ornament. Perfect loop. Perfect placement. Not tangled. Not snagged. Hung. My stomach tightened. Okay, Hale whispered. This isn't tracking. This is communication. But communication with who? I asked. He didn't answer. Because a soft sound rippled across the bog at that moment, a single gentle splash, like a barefoot settling into shallow water. We both turned. Nothing. No movement. No shift. No figure. Just the bog surface, rippling once, then stilling. Elora, Hale murmured, we need backup before we push into the far side. We're the closest responders. We continue until we find sign from Bryce or a reason to retreat. He exhaled roughly, but nodded. We moved forward. At 1341, we found something new. Not hair. Not footprints. A torn scrap of fabric snagged on a thorn bush. Blue-gray technical fabric. The same color as Bryce's lightweight jacket. I bagged it quickly. Then something tugged at the edge of my awareness, not a sound, not motion. A presence. Don't turn fast, I whispered to Hale. We pivoted slowly. And there, 10 yards away between two firs, stood a figure. A woman. Hair long, dark, hanging over one shoulder. Barefoot. Still. Too still. Her face shadowed by the angle of the trees. Hale's breath hitched. Ma'am? I called. We're with the Forest Service. Are you injured? Did you see the missing hiker? She stepped back. Not turned. Not pivoted. Just stepped backward into the trees. And the moment her heel crossed into that shadowed space, she was gone. Not running. Not fleeing. Gone. A rustle moved through the branches overhead, light, soft, like hair sliding across bark. And behind us, from somewhere we could not pinpoint, a single long strand of dark hair drifted down through the air, landing at my feet. The hair landed so gently I almost convinced myself it had fallen naturally. But the timing was wrong. The placement was too precise. And when I leaned down to examine it, the strand was warm, body warm, as though it had been shed seconds before. Hale took a step back. "Elora, we need to call this in as an active threat." "Not yet. We don't know who she is." He stared at me. "We don't know what she is." I didn't respond. I couldn't. Because the air around us felt suddenly tight, as if the bog itself had drawn a slow breath and was holding it. My radio flared with static again, louder this time, harsher. "Shaw, repeat thermal signatures, multiple, moving toward your." Cut. Then silence. I raised the antenna, angled toward the ridge. Nothing. Hale swallowed hard. "She left a sign." I followed his gaze. Another strand, this time knotted, hung from a low branch 5 yards ahead, marking a direction deeper into the densest section of the forest. No established trail. No search grid lines. No cell reception. A place where even rangers hesitate. "She wants us to follow," he whispered. "Or she wants us away from Bryce," I said. We stepped closer, not following, not yet, just evaluating. The knot in the hair was deliberate. Tight. As if she'd formed it with practiced motions. Another strand lay on the ground. Another 10 inches ahead. Another caught on a branch at knee level. A breadcrumb trail. A human one. But Price wasn't shedding hair. And the woman we saw had left no prints, not a single impression except the isolated ones we'd found earlier. Hale looked at me, jaw clenched. "Protocol says we wait for backup. And leave Bryce alone with whoever's in here?" "Elora, we don't know he's with her." "No. But we know she's tracking us." That truth settled between us like a weight. We advanced cautiously, not following her path, but inspecting from parallel angles. The bog narrowed into a tight corridor where cedar trunks leaned in like warped pillars. The ground softened again, swallowing noise, swallowing logic. And then, at 14:03, we found the first clear sign of Bryce's movement. A water bottle. His water bottle. Placed upright on a stump. The lid unscrewed. Still half full. No mud on the base. No scuffs. As if someone had wiped it before placing it there. Hale whispered, "She's leading him. Or leading us." I felt the air temperature dip, not dramatically, but sharply enough that breath misted. A shadow shifted behind the cedars. We froze. A woman's shape drifted into view briefly, long hair trailing behind, almost weightless, as though the strands moved independently of the breeze. She didn't look at us. She didn't move toward us. She simply passed through a narrow opening between trees, barefoot feet touching moss with impossible grace. "Elora," Hale whispered, "are you seeing?" Yes. And I hated that I was. We waited until she disappeared from sight, then approached from a wider angle, keeping safe distance. No footprints. No disturbance. Not even crushed moss. "She doesn't leave physical trace," Hale said, voice thin. "Elora." Price didn't walk with her. He would have left evidence. We don't know what she's doing with the trail. Something caught my eye 40 feet ahead, sunlight glinting off metal. I signaled Hale to halt and stepped forward slowly. Pinned to a small pine trunk with a sharpened twig was Price's trail map. Folded. Pressed flat. And beneath it, tied to the bark with a loop of long dark hair, was a small piece of fabric. From his jacket. My jaw tightened. She's showing us where she took him. We don't know she took him, Hale said. I pointed at the hair tied around the map. Hale, this isn't random. We photographed the entire setup, documented every angle. My hand shook not from fear, but from a growing realization I didn't want to articulate. This wasn't a chase. This was a message. We continued carefully, marking cardinal bearings in case we needed to backtrack quickly. The forest thickened, but the hair markers continued, strands looped over branches, caught on bark deliberately, dangling in places no natural snag should reach. At 14:27, we heard something ahead. Not footsteps. Not breathing. A soft brushing sound like hair dragged lightly across bark. We approached the source. And stopped dead. A clearing opened before us, one I'd never seen despite knowing this section intimately. In the center sat Bryce. Or rather, his body posture. Knees drawn to chest, arms wrapped around legs, head lowered. But when I rushed forward, Hale caught my arm. Elora. Wait. Because Bryce wasn't reacting. He wasn't moving. He wasn't acknowledging us. And then I saw why. His eyes were open, but unfocused. Pupils fixed. No sign of struggle. No visible injury. And around his shoulders, smoothing down his buzz-cut hair, were several long dark strands not attached to him, but draped across him as if arranged intentionally. Bryce. I called softly, kneeling. He blinked once. Slowly. Mechanically. Elora, he whispered. Don't follow her. His voice was dry, strained. She's not lost. Where is she? I asked. His eyes lifted slightly, not toward the forest, not toward us. Upward. She's above, he whispered. A faint rustle passed through the canopy. Hale and I both looked up. And in the branches directly overhead hung a shape. A woman. Long dark hair draping down, strands intertwined with needles, her body suspended effortlessly as though the trees held her aloft. Her eyes reflected no light. Her hands were empty. But her hair stretched outward, touching 3 different branches, like feelers. Not waving. Not drifting. Reaching. Bryce closed his eyes. She's not done, he whispered. A strand loosened from the branch above, drifting downward toward my shoulder. Warm. Deliberate. Waiting. My name is Ranger Pike Alden, and I've worked overnight patrols in Pisgah National Forest long enough to know which sounds belong to the mountains and which don't. Night in these woods has a way of distorting distances. Owls echo twice, creeks impersonate voices, branches snap with the weight of squirrels that sound like black bears. But in 5 years of night shifts, nothing has ever spoken my name through a radio that wasn't supposed to be receiving anything at all. It was October 9th, just after 21:40 hours. No missing persons on the board. No overdue hikers. No alerts besides a possible illegal campfire flagged earlier by a passing motorist. A routine sweep. I pulled my truck into a turnout near the trailhead off Yellow Gap Road, stepped out into the humid dark, and the moment my boot hit the gravel, my radio crackled. Not static. Not interference. A woman's whisper. Pike. My hand froze over the radio mic. For a split second, I thought it was dispatch, even though the voice was too soft, too breathy, too close. The next whisper cut deeper, threading straight into the soft space beneath my ribs. Pike Alden. It wasn't just my name. It was her name too. Sarah Kell, the missing hiker whose case still wakes me more nights than I'll admit. 2 years gone without a trace. Her last transmission, also over radio, was a single choking sound followed by her saying my name once, as if she expected me to already be there. I lifted the radio slowly. Dispatch, this is Alden. Any open calls on Channel 6? Silence. Then a burst of static so sharp it sounded like tearing metal. I switched channels. Dispatch, copy? Nothing. Another whisper drifted through, gentler than before. Intimate. Too intimate. Are you coming? I felt the cold spread down my spine in a controlled, inevitable way. I scanned the tree-leaned black silhouettes stacked against blacker dark. Humidity clung to the air like wet cloth. The forest was too quiet. No crickets. No shifting leaves. Not even the usual murmuring of wind. I didn't like this. I keyed my mic again. Dispatch, I'm getting interference. Verify if anyone is transmitting. A faint breath answered me, not through the trees, but through the radio itself. You learn the difference over the years. A breath through the forest carries air, distance, direction. A breath through the radio sits directly behind your ear. Pike. The whisper stretched my name in a way that made my hands clench reflexively. Sarah? I said before I could stop myself. Not rational. Not protocol. But no part of this night was behaving rationally. The forest remained still, heavy, expectant in a way I couldn't define. I forced myself to listen harder. No voices. No movement. Not even nocturnal animals rustling in the understory. The absence of sound wasn't peaceful. It was staged. My radio clicked once, like someone tapping the transmit key gently. Then, I need help. Sarah's voice. Or an imitation so perfect it tightened every muscle in my throat. I swallowed hard. Location? Silence stretched just long enough to feel wrong. Then a single word. Here. I didn't want to ask the next question. But I did. Where is here? Another soft breath. Then the faintest sound beneath her whisper, like leaves brushing against a jacket, then shifting again, as if someone were moving them purposefully. Where you left me. My lungs tightened. Because Sarah disappeared near one of my patrol routes. She asked a ranger at the station me for trail recommendations. I'd sent her toward the exact drainage where her signal was last picked up. You're not Sarah, I said finally. My voice came out more level than I expected. The response was immediate. A gentle, amused exhale. Aren't I? I stepped backward, scanning the trailhead. Nothing but dark. Then the radio popped sharply, once, twice, 2 precise clicks. A ranger emergency signal. But the channel was closed to the public. No civilian had access to it. My truck headlights illuminated the first 10 feet of the trail. Beyond that, the dark swallowed everything. Fog began to thread low between the trunks, catching faint silver hints from the headlights. The radio came alive again. No whisper this time. A voice I recognized as mine with my exact cadence, tone, breathing pattern spoke softly from the speaker. Pike, come here. I froze. That wasn't possible. Not interference. Not looping audio. A perfect replication. Hale from day shift once told me, Pisket doesn't get under your skin. It gets inside your head. I never believed him until that moment. The radio clicked twice again, sharp, purposeful. Then Sarah's voice returned, faint, strained. Please. The plea was so human it hurt. But logic warred with instinct. Radios don't pick up ghosts. Voices don't travel 2 years across static. And missing hikers don't call from dead zones that have no reception even on good days. I exhaled slowly and stepped toward the trail. Not because her voice compelled me. Because protocol did. Because even when you know something is wrong, you check. I raised my flashlight and scanned the first stretch of forest. And I saw something. A shape standing just beyond the reach of the beam, tall, still, head tilted slightly. Human. Not Sarah. But someone. The shape stepped backward into deeper dark, disappearing in a single smooth motion that didn't match any human gait I'd ever seen. My radio whispered once more. I'm waiting. And before I could move, the trail ahead brightened. Not from my flashlight. From a faint glow farther in. A pinpoint. Then 2. Then 3. As if something deeper in the forest had opened its eyes. The woman's whisper slid through the radio again, soft, close, wrong. Pike, you should never have stopped looking for me. I didn't move for a full 10 seconds, long enough for the glow ahead to pulse faintly, almost like breath behind a thin curtain. My flashlight beam cut the dark but didn't reach far enough to reveal the source. Pisgah fog can do that, diffuse light, distort distance, but this wasn't standard fog. It clung low to the ground, pooling rather than drifting, leaving the upper air strangely clear. My radio buzzed with a thin, trembling static. The kind that usually precedes a signal. But nothing followed. Not a voice. Not a call sign. Just the low vibration of something waiting to speak. I forced myself forward step by step, boots crunching damp gravel. The night swallowed the sound faster than it should. Dispatch, this is Alden. I tried one more time. Radio interference increasing. Confirm no units transmitting. Not even static responded. As I reached the tree line, the temperature dropped sharply, 10 degrees in maybe 5 steps. My breath fogged in front of me despite the warm October night. And then the radio clicked. Once. Twice. Emergency pattern again. But not from any ranger unit voice. Instead, a faint whisper threaded through. Behind you. I spun. Nothing. Just my truck, headlights still spilling across the gravel turnout, engine ticking as it cooled. No footprints besides my own. No movement. No woman. No ghost of Sarah Kell standing in the beams. But something was wrong with the air, like pressure bending slightly against my eardrums. I turned back toward the trail. The faint glow had vanished. My light beam fell only on dense trunks, layers of leaves, a darkness that felt thicker than it should. Then my radio spoke in my own voice again, quiet, calm, horribly familiar. Pike. Keep walking. I gritted my teeth. Stop it. Identify yourself. You know who I am. No, I said sharply. I know Sarah's voice. I don't know yours. A soft sound answered, almost a laugh, but flatter, as if someone who didn't understand laughter tried to recreate it. Names don't matter. Only what you owe. I felt a memory tighten in my chest 2 years ago, standing on the same ridge, telling Sarah the trail was safe, telling her she'd enjoy the viewpoints if she followed the drainage cut. The storm rolled in early. The search window collapsed fast. And she was never found. They never blamed me officially. I blamed myself anyway. The forest was so still it felt held under glass. No wind. No leaf tremor. No insects. I scanned the branches overhead. Then I saw it. A figure standing 20 yards down trail. Not moving. Not glowing. Just there. A silhouette framed between two white pines, human-shaped, but wrong in posture. Too straight. Too tall. Arms hanging just a bit too long at its sides. I raised my flashlight. The beam hit the trunk beside it. The figure stepped backward into the dark again, one smooth motion, as if sliding rather than walking. "Pike," the radio whispered, "don't lose me again." My pulse hammered. That voice was almost perfect. Almost Sarah. But Sarah had a slight Virginia lilt that clipped the ends of certain syllables. This voice didn't. It missed her softness in the vowels. It was close, but not close enough. "Where are you?" I asked, forcing my voice flat. The answer came like breath across the speaker. "Where you left me." My jaw tightened. "I didn't leave you. We searched for 8 days." Another soft imitation of a laugh. "You stopped. You were declared." "Stop saying what happened," the voice said sharply, still whispering, but with a sudden edge. "Say what you regret." This had gone beyond interference. This was targeted. I took a long breath, grounding myself. "Sarah Kell, if you can hear me, if you somehow make contact tonight, give me a location. A landmark." Silence. Then, "The place where the trees were open, where you saw me last." I froze. Because there was such a place. A clearing collapsed by an old fire scar. The last spot anyone reported seeing her alive. A place I hadn't visited since the search ended. "You want me there," I said slowly. A breath touched the mic, "Yes." "Why now?" A longer pause. Then, "Because you're the only one still listening." The forest to my left rustled. I swung the light toward the sound, empty. Rustled again, right side this time. Empty. Another rustle behind me, low, deliberate, too linear to be an animal. I pivoted. My truck's headlights flickered. Once. Twice. Then cut completely, plunging the trailhead into full darkness. My radio hissed, then delivered one final whisper in Sarah's voice, clearer, closer, almost inside my ear. "Come find me, Pike. I'm not gone." And from deeper in the woods, farther than my light could reach, I heard footsteps. Slow. Measured. Retreating. As if expecting me to follow. I didn't follow the footsteps straight away. Training beat instinct on that first breath, then the second. I forced myself to plant my boots, steady my light, and scan the entire arc of forest around me. The darkness felt thicker now, gathered into heavy pockets between trees, like something shaping itself around the trail. My radio was silent. No static. No interference. Just waiting. I keyed the mic again. "Dispatch any unit, respond." Nothing. Not even background hiss. The frequency felt dead. I stepped past the trailhead sign, deeper into Pisgah's dark. The footsteps ahead of me were faint but steady, crunching dried leaves at intervals too perfect to be random. I moved slowly, sweeping my light across each tree trunk, checking for eye shine, movement, anything to indicate a person. At 21:58, something appeared on the trail. A piece of fabric. I knelt and lifted it carefully. A dark green scrap, withered, torn, frayed at one end. The exact color of Sarah's old rain jacket. I bagged it with trembling fingers. The footsteps ahead paused. Then, deliberately, resumed. I followed at controlled distance. Pisgah's night trails twist unpredictably, ridgelines pulse sound upward, hollows swallow it entirely. But whoever or whatever walked ahead of me wanted me to hear. The spacing between steps stayed precise, as if someone were matching a metronome. 5 minutes deeper, I spotted something else. A cairn. Small stones stacked on a stump. But cairns weren't allowed on this trail. And this one was arranged too carefully, flat slate pieces balanced at angles that shouldn't hold. At the base of the cairn, half buried in pine needles, lay a radio battery. Same model as Sarah's. Old. Corroded. But unmistakable. My throat tightened. Someone had placed it here. Recently. I marked the coordinates and continued. The forest felt wrong now, not threatening, but present, as if every tree was leaning a fraction closer. Fog rolled between trunks in thin, deliberate waves, flowing in the same direction as the footsteps. At 22:12, the footsteps stopped again. Ahead of me was a small clearing, one I recognized instantly. The burned scar. The last place Sarah Kell was seen. My flashlight beam shook slightly as I scanned the ground. The clearing was just as I remembered, charcoal stumps, patches of regrowth, an open sky between the canopy. But something new sat at the center. A radio. Old, mud-stained, antenna snapped, speaker dented. Sarah's radio. I moved toward it slowly. My own radio crackled suddenly, violently, causing me to flinch. Then her voice poured through. Now whisper this time. Clear. Steady. Emotionless. Pike. You came. I gripped the mic. If this is a recording, it's not funny. Identify the transmitter. This isn't a recording. Then where are you? Here. I pivoted, scanning every direction. Nothing. Just fog creeping over the ash-colored soil. Then, a silhouette appeared at the far edge of the clearing. A woman's outline. Still. Watching. I lifted my light. The beam passed through fog, through branches. Then hit nothing. The silhouette was gone. My radio whispered again. Don't rush. I'm closer than that. I took a breath, forced my voice steady. Sarah, if this is you, if you're alive, I need you to show yourself. I did. She hadn't. Or I hadn't seen correctly. The fog swirled, rising in tall, thin columns. Then something moved inside the fog, small shifts, subtle, like someone's clothing brushing against leaves. I spun toward the right. Nothing. A voice, not through the radio this time, but faintly through the clearing, called softly. Pike. My stomach dropped. Because that voice was behind me. I turned slowly. A figure stood 20 feet away. Female height. Hair draping over shoulders. Face obscured by shadow. She didn't move. Didn't breathe visibly. Didn't sway with the wind. Just stood there, angled slightly like she was waiting to see what I would do. Sarah? I said quietly. She stepped forward. One step. The movement was too smooth. Too linear. A practiced imitation of how a person walks, but not quite right. Stop, I warned, raising my flashlight. She did. I angled the beam higher, illuminating her face. And froze. Because she looked exactly like Sarah Kell. Except, her eyes didn't reflect light. At all. No shine. No retinal bounce. just depthless dark. Like staring into a tunnel. "Pike," she said softly, "you didn't come last time." My hand tightened on the flashlight. "I searched for you," I said. "I never stopped." She smiled faintly, an expression that felt learned, not felt. "No," she whispered. "You stopped when it no longer mattered." Anger flickered through the fear. "What do you want from me?" Her head tilted slowly. Then her voice changed. Not Sarah's voice. Not mine. Something else. "Come back tomorrow night." The clearing wind shifted. Fog rose sharply. And in the space of a blink, she was gone. No footsteps. No movement. Just gone. My radio snapped loudly, blasting full-volume static. Then a whisper, barely audible beneath the noise. "Tomorrow." The static cut instantly. The forest went silent again. And I realized she hadn't asked me to find her. She told me to return. Whatever stood in that clearing tonight wearing Sarah Kell's face wasn't finished with me. And Pisgah's dark felt suddenly alive with the quiet certainty. It would be waiting. My name is Ranger Cecilia Kane, and I have served with the Western District Search and Rescue Division of Granite Point National Park for 9 years. My duties involve emergency response, field investigation, and rapid deployment search operations across the High Plateau region. Under normal circumstances, nothing about the early hours of June 14th should have been memorable. It was supposed to be a routine night shift, quiet, predictable, maybe even boring. But the moment the missing hiker's emergency beacon activated at 2:12 a.m., that plan went straight out the window and left me with the kind of memory that still wakes me up at night. When the alarm cut across the radio room, a crisp, sharp tone that always hits like ice water straight down the spine, I was the only ranger on duty within immediate response range. The beacon ID flashed across the monitor, Unit 47B, registered to a solo hiker named Evan Markley, age 32, last known location, a designated campsite 4 miles beyond the North Bluff. He'd signed in at the trailhead the previous afternoon with the usual confidence of someone who had done plenty of backcountry trips, and nothing in his notes suggested he planned anything risky. No climbing. No off-trail routes. No canyons. No ridge lines. Certainly nothing that would land him 50 feet up the side of a vertical rock wall. I remember running through the standard protocol, confirm the ID, verify the coordinates, notify dispatch, log my departure time, grab the med pack, the trauma kit, a second radio, spare batteries, a thermal blanket for fluids, and a collapsible litter. Even then, something felt off. A beacon activation in the dead of night often means only 2 things: an injury significant enough to prevent movement, or disorientation severe enough to trigger panic. But most hikers never even touch their beacons, not unless something is very, very wrong. And Evan's signal wasn't stationary. It was drifting just a little, only by a few meters, but drifting nonetheless, and that alone didn't make sense. By 2:27 a.m., I was halfway down the forest access road in a ranger truck, headlights carving through pine shadows that looked thicker than usual, though that might have just been my nerves. Temperature at that hour hovered in the mid-40s, cold enough to make mistakes more dangerous. Fog clung low to the ground but didn't impede visibility. No wind, no storms, no hazards reported. A clean night. The trailhead lay silent when I arrived at 2:40. Evan's car was still there, a silver Subaru with dust on the tires and a map folded neatly on the passenger seat. Nothing disturbed, nothing broken, nothing suggesting he returned in distress. I made quick time onto the trail, moving at what we call a fast, safe pace, about 4 miles per hour, enough to cover ground quickly without burning out before reaching the subject. Granite point at night always carries a certain weight. The trees press in close, the air runs thin and metallic, and even the wildlife quiets down to something like cautious breathing. But the night wasn't the problem, the terrain was. The coordinates were pulling me toward a sheer cliff face known as Greywire Rock, a smooth, unbroken slab of stone rising straight up like someone dropped a skyscraper shell into the middle of the forest. The rock is notoriously unclimbable. Not just dangerous, impossible. No handholds, no cracks. Even ropes fail because there's nothing to anchor. We had climbers try in the past and give up within minutes. And yet Evan's beacon was emitting from somewhere halfway up that surface. When I reached the base of Greywire Rock at 3:18 a.m., the first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the normal quiet of a sleeping forest, the heavy kind, the kind where even your own breathing feels too loud. My GPS unit confirmed the distance. The signal hovered 50 feet above me, dead center of the flat stone. I took a few steps back, craning my head upward. The rock glistened faintly beneath the beam of my headlamp, smooth as steel. I swept the area with my light for any sign of scrambling, rope drag, pitons, anything. Nothing. No debris, no scuffs, no blood, no prints. No evidence anyone had been here, let alone climbed. But technology doesn't hallucinate. Beacons don't misreport elevation unless crushed or malfunctioning, and even then, they don't drift by meters like Evans was doing. They don't pulse in a rhythm like a heartbeat. Yet that's what mine was reading, a slow rise, a slow fall, a rise again. I tried the radio. Evan Markley, this is Ranger Kane with Search and Rescue. If you can hear me, respond. Static. A long stretch of it. I try again. Evan, activate your audible alert if possible. Can you make any sound? Nothing. Then, seconds later, the beacon's drift stopped. The coordinates froze. 3:22 a.m. Signal locked. Directly overhead. I stepped back another few feet, repositioned, and pulled out my binoculars for a closer look, though I already knew what I would see. Nothing. Just blank stone. Still. A faint shape round, barely visible, like a dark patch or indentation, flickered near the beam's edge. I refocused. Adjusted. Squinted. It was gone. I lowered the binoculars, heartbeat tapping against my ribs, and whispered, not out loud, but inside my own head, how the hell did you get up there, Evan? And more importantly, the protocol for retrieving a subject located above reachable terrain is clear. Assess risk, call for technical rescue, avoid attempting any form of ascent without certified support. I followed that protocol to the letter. At 3:25 a.m., I radioed dispatch. This is Ranger Kane. Subject's beacon located approximately 50 feet above ground level on Greywire Rock. Zero evidence of climb or fall path. Requesting technical rescue team activation. The dispatcher paused, long enough that I wondered if the signal was degrading. Copy, Kane. Team will mobilize. ETA 1 hour, possibly more. 1 hour. Minimum. I looked again at the rock, at the smooth, cold surface catching my headlamp in dull reflections. No footholds. No ledges. No cracks. If Evan was up there, he wasn't getting more comfortable with time. Understood, I said. I'll maintain visual on the location. But maintaining a visual required keeping my eyes on what wasn't actually visible. My gaze drifted back toward the faint shadow I thought I'd seen earlier, a dark shape that refused to manifest a second time. I walked the base slowly, scanning foot by foot. Nothing. No gear. No clothing. No scrap of fabric. The brush surrounding the rock wasn't disturbed either. Not even a bent stem. That bothered me more than anything. Missing hikers always leave something, a sign of panic, a stumble, a wrong turn. Evan had left nothing. At 3:38 a.m., the beacon pulsed again. A soft beep from the handheld unit. Coordinates unchanged. Elevation unchanged. Still 50 feet up. But the signal strength increased sharply, like the beacon had moved closer to the open air or had been adjusted. Sometimes subjects trapped on ledges will shift position, trying to get better visibility or call for help. But 50 feet up a featureless wall? No! I called out again. Evan, if you can hear me, shout or make any sound. Silence. Absolute. I swung the headlamp across the height, tracing every inch like a surgeon scanning an X-ray. That's when the beam caught another anomaly. A faint streak on the stone, vertical, thin, reflective. I approached, placed a gloved hand against the surface, and felt nothing. The streak wasn't textured, it was merely a discoloration. A mineral deposit maybe, or runoff. But it lined up directly beneath the coordinates. A possibility crossed my mind then, one I didn't like, that the beacon had been physically placed on a surface out of reach. Maybe thrown. Maybe lodged. But thrown how? The rock face slants slightly inward at the top, nothing thrown upward would stick. I backed off and paced, thinking through the steps. Best case, Evan dropped the beacon during a fall, and it landed somehow on an unseen outcropping. Worst case, we were dealing with terrain navigation error, the device reading elevation incorrectly. But the brand of beacon he carried, a standard model we hand out at the ranger station, almost never malfunctions. My radio crackled again. Kane, Rescue Team Alpha departing from Central Station. 45 minutes. That number sat heavy in my mind. A lot can go wrong in 45 minutes. Hypothermia can set in. Injuries can worsen. Subjects can slip into shock. Worst of all, they can lose consciousness. I moved to the east side of the rock face, sweeping my beam wider, checking alternate angles. The forest canopy opened slightly there, letting in a touch of moonlight. It gave the stone an almost metallic sheen. The silence pressed harder. Even the usual rustle of small animals had vanished. And then, for the first time, I heard something. A faint tap. High above me. Sharp. Distinct. Like a small rock or metal object lightly striking stone. I froze and angled the beam upward. Evan? Is that you? Another tap. 2 beats apart. Not random. Not wind. I stepped back and listened harder, letting the night settle around the noise. The taps spaced themselves evenly, almost rhythmically, before stopping altogether. I checked the beacon again. Coordinates unchanged. But the signal strength peaked full bars, something I'd never seen in the field unless the device was practically in my hand. That made no sense. There were only 2 explanations for a signal that strong. Either I was directly beneath the device, which I was, or someone had repositioned it with a clear, unobstructed line. But who? And how? I forced myself to stay rational. Occam's razor. Start simple. Evan, I tried again, projecting my voice upward with more force. We're sending rescue. Stay where you are. Do not attempt to descend. My words fell flat against the stone, absorbed by the cold air. By 3:55 a.m., the tapping had not returned, but something else had changed. A shadow, not the one I imagined earlier, but a real one, started to form near the top edge of the rock. Long, thin, too straight to be a tree branch. My beam flicked toward it, and the shadow recoiled instantly, vanishing like a trick of the eyes. But it hadn't been my imagination. My instincts, trained by years of SAR work, told me shadows don't retract. They shift with light. They don't snap back. I checked the ridge above the rock face, thinking maybe another hiker or climber had wandered off trail and was up there. But the ridge was empty. Clear. A barren strip of stone and sparse scrub. No tracks. No movement. Nothing. At 4:01 a.m., dispatch gave me an update. Rescue Alpha is halfway. 20 minutes out. 20 minutes. I looked back up at the blank, impossible wall, the silent sky above it, the place where the shadow had been. And then I said something I hadn't planned to say out loud. This doesn't add up. And I was right. It was about to get worse. At 4:07 a.m., the beacon's steady pulse shifted. Not the coordinates, those stayed locked, but the timing. Instead of the usual interval, the device emitted 3 rapid beeps, paused, then repeated. I'd seen that pattern only once before, during a training scenario simulating a critical distress event. The kind triggered manually. The kind a subject activates when they are conscious enough to know they're in immediate danger. But Evan should not have been conscious 50 feet above a vertical wall with no ledge. Still, the beacon stuttered its warning again. 3 beeps. Pause. 3 beeps. Evan. I called, louder than before. If you can hear me, hold on. Technical rescue is on the way. Keep your beacon active. Silence swallowed everything after. Even my own breathing felt like some intrusive noise I had to force myself to quiet. At 4:10 a.m., a rustle brushed across the treetops. Not wind is broad, messy. This was narrow, deliberate, like something moving in a single direction. I flicked my beam upward again, scanning the ridge. Empty. I swept lower. Still empty. Then the tap returned, but louder this time, sharper, like metal striking stone with intent. 1 tap. Pause. Another. Then 2 quick ones. I locked onto the sound's direction and realized something deeply wrong. It wasn't coming from the beacon's coordinates. It was coming from the left. I repositioned. The taps moved too. I stepped back farther, widening the angle, trying to triangulate through sound the same way we do during avalanche rescue when searching for buried victims. Tap. Tap. Silence. Tap. The echo distorted slightly, as all canyon-like formations do, but the origin point remained consistent 20 feet east of where the beacon was pinned. Yet my GPS insisted the device hadn't shifted at all. I swallowed hard. Evan, answer if you can. No voice came. But something else did. A soft scrape, not metal this time, not stone, but fabric. Cloth brushing rock. Like a jacket sleeve. I lifted the binoculars again, forcing them steady even as my hands started trembling. Slowly, inch by inch, I scanned the height of the rock. Just blank stone. But the scraping continued. Higher. Lower. Right. Left. As though someone was shifting position on a surface they shouldn't be able to stand on. My mind went straight to the simplest explanation. Someone else was up there. A second party. Maybe a climbing attempt gone wrong. Maybe Evan wasn't alone after all. Maybe this second person had taken the beacon in. My thought broke abruptly. Because the scraping stopped. And a new sound replaced it. A long exhale. Human. Soft. Controlled. Coming from above me. I felt my entire body go rigid. I tilted my headlamp upward one more time. Nothing. Just stone. Just darkness. Just silence. But I knew what I heard. And the human brain doesn't misinterpret an exhale. Not at that distance. Not at that volume. I forced myself to breathe again, slow, deliberate. Fear doesn't solve rescues. Rationality does. I checked the ridge for the 10th time. Clear. I checked the treetops. Clear. I checked the rock face once more, every sweeping pass revealing nothing but blank surface. And then I made a decision I wasn't proud of, but would have been guilty not to try. I took 3 steps toward the rock and placed my hand flat against the cold surface to feel for vibration. Nothing. Cold. Still. Dead. I backed away. My radio buzzed at 4:19 a.m. Rescue Alpha is 10 minutes out. Hold position. I responded automatically. But my attention fixed on the beacon again because the moment dispatch signed off, the device stopped beeping altogether. The coordinates held. But the auditory signal shut down. I tapped the unit screen, thinking it might have glitched. No change. I attempted manual reboot. Nothing. The beacon had not stopped transmitting. I still had its coordinates, but it had stopped broadcasting distress. Only one reason explains that in the field. The subject turned it off. But why would someone at that elevation, with no way down, in freezing temperatures, shut off the only thing that could save them? Unless they weren't the one who turned it off. I immediately radioed dispatch. Beacon distress signal ceased. Coordinates stable. Possible interference. Advise Rescue Alpha to approach with caution. Copy. Team notified. I scanned the ridge yet again just in time to catch another shadow. This one didn't retreat. It didn't even move quickly. It shifted slow, deliberate, like a figure adjusting its posture just enough to break the moonlight. I zoomed with the binoculars so fast I almost dropped them. But again, there was nothing. Just that empty stone lip. My heart pounded so loud it vibrated in my ears. Exhaustion was creeping in, or adrenaline was crashing, but I didn't have the luxury of either. I repositioned myself to the western angle to try a different vantage point. I wasn't prepared for what I found there. On the ground, pressed into the dirt at the base of the rock, sat a single item I swear had not been there when I first arrived. A boot. A man's hiking boot. Right size. Right model. Right wear pattern. I crouched, picked it up, and checked the interior label. E. Markley. Inside the boot was a tear in the lining, fresh, the edges clean, fibers bright, not yet frayed by dirt or moisture. This meant one thing. Evan was on the ground at some point. Not 50 feet up. Not lodged in some impossible place. On the ground. Near this boot. Near me. I spun, scanning the entire clearing in a full sweep, but nothing moved. No prints led away. No drag marks. No signs of struggle. Just the boot, the rock, and the suffocating quiet. At 4:25 a.m., the radio crackled again. Rescue Alpha is arriving at your location. I should have felt relief. I didn't. Instead, something cold settled between my ribs as I stared at the rock face again, at the exact point where the beacon signal hovered in stillness, unwavering, 50 feet above. And I understood something I hadn't allowed myself to consider until that second. We were never rescuing a trapped man. We were tracking a signal. And whatever was up on that wall, it wasn't asking to be found. It was waiting. And not for help. For us. My name is Ranger Tobias Lorne, and I serve with the Northern District Search and Rescue Unit in Alder Canyon National Park. I've worked this terrain for 12 years, responding to everything from twisted ankles to full-scale missing person operations. My job is procedural by necessity, documenting timelines, verifying evidence, tracing movement patterns, and keeping emotional distance when families are involved. The morning of June 9th began with that familiar procedural rhythm. By the end of the day, I was documenting the strangest disappearance I've ever been assigned to. At 6:14 a.m., dispatch radioed that a father and daughter, Michael and Emma Dwyer, had missed their checkout time at the Cotton Hollow campground. The pair had checked in Friday afternoon for a 2-night camping trip, their permit clean, their equipment list standard: tent, stove, hydration packs, a small cooler, and 2 day packs. No climbing gear. No off-trail navigation devices. No indication they intended anything more adventurous than a quiet weekend together. They were supposed to check out by 6 p.m. Sunday. When the campground host found their site empty at dusk, he assumed they'd returned late from a hike and would show up soon after. When they still hadn't returned by morning, protocol activated. By 6:30 a.m., I was en route to Cotton Hollow, the June sun just beginning to crest over the canyon rim. The campground road was quiet, the air sharp with that dry pine smell you only get at altitude. Nothing seemed wrong. These cases often turn out to be a dead phone battery or someone misjudging trail time. That thought held until I reached Site 22, Michael and Emma's assigned spot. The tent stood zipped shut. The camp stove sat clean. The cooler was latched. 2 enamel mugs rested upside down on a picnic table as though placed deliberately to dry after being washed. No disorder, no signs of stress, no half-finished meals. Everything was staged the way responsible campers leave it when packing up. But the car was still there. A maroon Toyota Highlander with 2 backpacks visible in the back seat and Emma's stuffed dolphin propped in the cup holder between the seats. Something about that toy, sitting upright like a passenger waiting to go home, bothered me more than anything else. I began a systematic sweep of the campsite, logging details. No drag marks. No scuffs. No broken branches. No signs of wildlife intrusion. The fire pit was cold, charcoal gray, suggesting they hadn't used it since the previous night. At 6:47 a.m., I called dispatch for a secondary ranger to join the search. Ranger Dana Holt would arrive within 25 minutes. In the meantime, I followed the nearest trail out of the campground, the Alder Loop. A simple 3-mile hike with only moderate elevation gain, child-friendly, well-marked, and familiar to hundreds of weekend visitors. A quarter mile in, I saw the first anomaly. A fabric scrap. Blue. Caught on a thorn bush. At first glance I assumed it was a shred from a child's jacket. When I inspected it more closely, I recognized the fabric, thin ripstop nylon, the kind used in men's lightweight windbreakers. The scrap was nearly rectangular, its edges clean, razor straight. No tear from thorns is that straight. I bagged it, marked the coordinates, and followed the brush line, scanning for more. It took me another 60 seconds to find the jacket itself. It hung from a dense tangle of blackthorn shrubs, snagged at shoulder height. The color matched the scrap, slate blue. I eased it free without disturbing the surrounding vegetation and examined the damage under morning light. 3 long cuts ran across the back panel. Perfectly straight. Perfectly parallel. Exactly 2 inches apart. Not frayed. Not uneven. Not stretched. These weren't tears. They were incisions. Clean ones. Made by something sharper than any natural object in these woods. I stood there in silence, the jacket limp in my hands, trying to reconcile 2 conflicting realities, a father and daughter missing on a gentle trail, and a jacket cut open with surgical precision, as though someone or something had laid it out on a table. I checked the surrounding soil for prints. Dry ground, but receptive enough for light impressions. I found only one set adult-sized hiking boots moving north. No child prints beside them. No overlapping patterns. No sign of a struggle. The direction the prints led was odd too. North would take you off the loop. Off the designated route. Off into rougher terrain. By 7:05 a.m., Dana arrived. Her boots crushed lightly through the underbrush as she approached. I held up the jacket the moment she reached me. Her face tightened. "That's not torn." "No," I said, keeping my voice steady. "It's cut." She ran a gloved finger along the inner lining. "A knife?" "Possibly. But who cuts a jacket like this and leaves it behind?" We both knew the answer wasn't going to be reasonable. Dana pulled out her GPS. "Where do the prints go?" I pointed north. "Off trail. Single set." "Where's the second set?" "That's the problem." She sighed sharply. "All right. We track the prints. We assume the girl is with him until proven otherwise." We started following the trail together, moving quickly but carefully. The morning woods were quiet, the light filtering through pine needles in narrow beams. The air warmed, but not enough to dispel the sense that someone had left this path hours before us, and not casually. The prints grew harder to track as the ground turned rockier. Eventually they vanished altogether at a dry wash. Dana hopped down into the shallow channel and swept her beam across the sand. "No secondary impressions," she murmured. "If he carried her, we'd see weight distribution. If she walked, we'd see staggered stride patterns." "I know." "So where is she?" I didn't answer. Before I could attempt one, something else caught my eye, a small object 50 feet upstream, half buried in the sand. I jogged toward it, knelt, brushed away the grit, and froze. It was a child's headlamp. Pink. The elastic band stretched, as though ripped violently from her head. My stomach dropped hard, an instinctual plunge I've learned never to ignore. Whatever happened here? It wasn't an accident. And it wasn't over. I bagged the headlamp, tagged it, and marked the GPS coordinates. Dana crouched beside me, studying the stretch marks on the elastic. "This was pulled off," she said. "Not slipped. Not dropped." I nodded. And she didn't drop that far from camp. They weren't deep into the woods yet. And the father's prints continue north alone. Yeah. Silence settled between us, the kind that comes when the facts arrange themselves into a shape no one wants to say out loud. At 7:32 a.m., I radioed dispatch. "This is Ranger Lorne. We found personal effects belonging to both subjects. Possible separation event. Requesting additional SAR teams for grid expansion." Dispatch acknowledged, assigning 2 more teams to join within the next hour. Until then, it was just the 2 of us. We continued upstream along the wash, moving fast but never so fast we'd miss evidence. The sandy floor held occasional boot impressions, still only 1 set. The pattern confirmed the same person making them, adult male, approximately 180 pounds, consistent stride length. But the gait pattern began to change. Not shorter. Not longer. Just uneven. As though he'd begun turning his head frequently. Looking behind him. By 7:50 a.m., we reached a bend in the wash. On the sandstone wall to the left, I noticed a smear faint brownish red. I took a closer look. "Blood," Dana murmured. "But not much." transfer stain, I agreed. From clothing or skin brushing the wall. She exhaled sharply. So he was injured too. Possibly. Another 30 yards ahead, the wash narrowed into a shallow chute before opening again. At the base of that chute lay something half covered in leaves, bright yellow. I stepped forward and lifted it gently. A child's rain jacket. Emma's, according to the campsite inventory. No rips. No cuts. Just dropped. Why would she remove her jacket? Dana asked quietly. I didn't answer because the possibilities weren't ones we say aloud until proven. Hypothermia paradox? Panic stripping? None of those fit this situation. And the weather wasn't cold enough to induce disorientation of that severity. I checked the sand. Still no child prints. Still no sign of two people walking together. The only thing the landscape told us was that she traveled without leaving any trace. Or that she hadn't traveled it on her own. A heavy knot formed in my stomach. At 8:10 a.m., we hit the northern treeline, a dense stretch where visibility choked down to about 20 feet. The wash ended here, feeding into the forest floor. Dana and I switched to close-range tracking, scanning for broken twigs and displaced pine needles. You can't move through this section without leaving subtle signs. But Michael had left none. No heel digs. No plant compression. Nothing. He might as well have vanished at the treeline. I crouched and ran both hands across the forest floor. Dry. Consistent. Undisturbed. Then something flickered in my periphery, just a glint. Metallic. Reflective. I brushed aside a layer of needles to reveal a small rectangle of metal. A knife. Foldable. Closed. Blue handle. Engraved initials, M.D. Michael Dwyer. The blade was clean, too clean, almost polished. No blood. No dirt. No wood shavings. Nothing except faint residue lines I couldn't identify visually. Dana took one look at the knife and said what I was already thinking. If someone cut his jacket, maybe they used his own knife. Possible, I said. But then why leave the knife? You drop a jacket in thorns, but you don't drop your knife. Not accidentally. I held up the knife by the edge of the handle. Look at the residue. She leaned close. Uniform. Smooth. Almost manufactured. Exactly. Not sap. Not dirt. Not blood. Something applied, something intentional. Before we could analyze further, my radio crackled. Team Bravo arriving at campground. Beginning 3x3 grid sweep. Good. Reinforcements. But even with 3 teams, the terrain in this region eats time. At 8:29 a.m., we moved deeper into the treeline. The sunlight thinned to slanted beams. The air cooled despite the rising temperature outside the canopy. Dana's footsteps slowed. You feel that? She asked. Yeah, I said. It's too quiet. No birds. No insects. Nothing. We both stopped. Listened. The forest held its breath. Then, faintly, something broke the silence. A snap. Of wood. Up ahead. Not loud. Not panicked. Deliberate. Dana raised her hand for stillness. I unholstered my bear spray not for animals, but because unknown human encounters in remote areas can be dangerous. We approached the direction of the sound gradually. Every footstep controlled. Every branch avoided. every breath held tight. At 8:34 a.m., we reached a small clearing. Not natural. A man-made clearing. Branches stacked in a ring, not haphazardly, but arranged with purpose. Inside the ring, a backpack. Michael's. Opened. Not ransacked. Not dumped. Opened carefully, deliberately, every item removed and laid out as though catalogued. Wallet. Map. Water bottle. Phone. All placed in a perfect straight line, 90 degrees to the backpack. And a second line beside it. Children's items. Pink gloves. Small snack packets. A tiny notebook. All arranged the same way. "This is staged," Dana whispered. "Yeah." "Why?" I didn't answer. Because the more I looked, the more something tightened deep in my chest. This wasn't abandonment. This wasn't panic. This was presentation. Someone wanted us to find this. At 8:38 a.m., I noticed something else. A footprint. Not in the dirt. In the moss. Deep. Heavy. Too heavy for a single adult of average weight. Something about that impression chilled me more than anything so far. We weren't alone in these woods. And whoever else was here wasn't running. They were watching. I circled slowly around the staged clearing, studying the footprint in the moss. The impression was unmistakably human-shaped, but the depth was wrong. A 180-pound man would compress moss, yes, but not like this, not into the soil beneath. This print pressed nearly an inch deep. Either the person wore a weighted pack far heavier than any hiking load, or the weight distribution was artificially altered. Or it wasn't the father's print. Dana scanned the perimeter with disciplined sweeps. "Tobias, there are no exit tracks. If someone walked out of this clearing, they should have disturbed the moss or the pine litter somewhere." "Right. So how did they leave?" I didn't answer because the implications tightened in my throat. "Let's recheck the pack arrangement," I said. "Maybe there's a sequence." We carefully photographed everything before touching it. Every item was placed with geometric precision, straight lines, equal spacing, all oriented east to west. Even Emma's belongings were aligned with unnatural symmetry. Someone spent time here. Too much time. And no missing person in distress does something like this. I crouched beside the small notebook we found among Emma's items. A children's nature journal, bright cover, cartoon fox, a few stickers. I didn't open it yet. I recorded the exterior first. When I finally lifted the cover, I expected drawings, maybe a few words. Instead, the first page held a single sentence in pencil. "We followed him because he said he could help us." The handwriting was small, shaky, childlike. Dana inhaled sharply. "She wrote that?" "Seems like it." The father didn't write it. It doesn't match adult handwriting, and the pressure marks are light. Probably Emma's. Dana took a step back. There was another person. Yeah. And they were alive long enough for her to write that. Yeah. We stood still for several seconds. At 8:51 a.m., my radio crackled. "Team Bravo to Lorne. We found nothing south of your last position. Expanding search radius. Any sign of the subjects?" I pressed transmit. "Not yet. But we found proof of third-party involvement. Proceed with caution." "Understood." I put the notebook away and stared again at the single deep footprint. Something still nagged me. The weight distribution wasn't right. It suggested the load pressed straight downward, not heel to toe. As if the person wasn't walking, but standing. Just standing. For a long time. Watching the pack. Watching the clearing. Watching us. At 9:04 a.m., something cracked in the trees behind us. Dana spun immediately, hand hovering near her spray. That was close. 20 yards, I estimated. No footsteps followed. No movement. No breath. I crouched and checked the ground. No new impressions. I whispered, whoever is out here knows how to move. We swept toward the sound with controlled precision. The forest dimmed, the canopy thick overhead. We reached a narrow ravine where the earth dipped in a shallow bowl. A trickle of water ran along the bottom. And there, beside the water, lay something half sunk in mud. A shoe. Small. Pink. Emma's size. But the position of the shoe was wrong. It stood upright, heel planted, toe forward, as if someone placed it carefully instead of losing it while running. I swallowed hard. Dana. Look. She crouched beside me. Her voice went tight. Someone is placing everything for us to find. Yeah. Why? Either to help. Or to direct us. We both knew which answer felt more true. At 9:12 a.m., a faint whistle drifted across the trees. Not birdsong. A human whistle. Steady. 2 notes. Repeating. A signal. I raised my hand sharply. We listened. 2 notes. Repeat. Exactly the same cadence each time. Dana whispered, "That's intentional." Agreed. Distance? 1/4 mile. Maybe less. Direction? I tilted my head, isolating reverb. Northwest. She exhaled. You think it's him? Which him? We shared a look neither of us wanted to unpack. We radioed our coordinates and approached carefully, spacing ourselves 10 feet apart to maximize field of view. The trees thinned gradually. The whistling stopped as abruptly as it began. No rustling. No footsteps. Just silence so intense it felt manufactured. Then something new appeared. A trail ribbon. Pink. Tied at eye height. But tied wrong, not like a standard trail marker knot. Instead, a loop and cinch too intricate for a child to make, and too unnecessarily delicate for an adult hiker. Dana's voice dropped. This wasn't tied by either of them. I checked the tail ends. Clean. Straight. As though trimmed with a tool rather than torn. You know what this reminds me of? Dana whispered. Your jacket tears. I nodded. Another ribbon appeared 10 feet ahead. Then another. A breadcrumb trail. Leading us. We followed. Slow. Deliberate. At 9:22 a.m., the trail terminated at the edge of a dry ravine. And there, placed on a rock like an offering, sat Michael's wallet. Open. Inside, a folded note. My heart hammered as I removed it. 6 words written in hurried, uneven pencil strokes. Don't follow him. Don't trust him. Dana's breath hitched. He wrote that. Yep. But then, who tied the trail? I folded the note back carefully. Not Michael. And not Emma. We stood in silence again. Then, from behind us, another snap. Closer this time. deliberate. We turned. Nothing moved. But the footprint in the moss we passed earlier. It was deeper now. Pressed freshly. As though someone had stepped into it. Just moments after we left. Whoever was out here wasn't running from us. They were pacing us. Matching us. Guiding us. And waiting. For the moment we realized. This wasn't a rescue. It was a pursuit. And we weren't the hunters. We were the next subjects. My name is Search Lead Avery Crest. I've coordinated missing person operations in Pine Harbor National Forest for 12 years, specializing in high-priority rapid response, wilderness tracking, and field documentation. I've led searches in blizzards, landslides, drownings, and disappearances with outcomes so tragic I still remember the paperwork by heart. But nothing in my career, not the training, not the protocols, not even the grim instinct you develop after too long in this field, prepared me for the morning we found a missing hiker's journal inside a hollowed-out log, and the last pages were nothing but the same sentence written over and over. It's following me, but it never leaves footprints. The case began at 7:04 a.m. on July 18th. A man named Daniel Rourke, 41, had been overdue by 19 hours. He'd checked in on the Crestline Trail system for a 4-day solo loop but never returned to the trailhead. His car remained in the lot. The ranger who logged the initial report noted that Daniel had signed the trail register with a simple note, "Taking the long route, see you Sunday." Nothing suggested distress, instability, or risk-taking behavior. He carried a satellite messenger and a journal, both standard for experienced backpackers. At 7:22 a.m., I assembled a 3-person team, Rangers Keaton, Marla, and myself, and we deployed from the Southern Ranger Station. Conditions were clear, 62 degrees Fahrenheit, stable skies, no precipitation forecast. Perfect search weather. We expected a straightforward track and recover. Most cases like this end with a hiker slightly off-route but in good condition. But the moment we reached the first trail junction at 8:01 a.m., that expectation collapsed. Daniel's footprints were clear at the start, good impressions, consistent stride, deep heel pattern. Then, 50 yards in, they changed. Not vanished. Changed. The prints grew erratic. Short stride. Long stride. Lateral scuffing. Then a sudden stop. A spin mark in the dirt, like he turned sharply. Then his trail veered off into brush no hiker in their right mind would enter voluntarily. Thick undergrowth. Fallen pine. Slopes unstable even in daylight. Marla knelt over the print pattern. "He was running," she said. "Or trying to get away from something," Keaton added. I didn't respond. We don't speculate until we have evidence. We pushed forward. At 8:37 a.m., the trail of footprints ended at a small clearing, an oval of flattened needles, pine dust, and claw marks from squirrels or raccoons. But Daniel's prints simply stopped. Not faded. Not distorted. Stopped. As if he took a final step and never took another. I marked the coordinates and widened the search radius. That's when Marla called out. "Crest, over here." She stood beside a fallen tree, old and half-rotted, split near the base. Part of the trunk was hollow, a natural cavity carved by decay. Inside it, tucked neatly like someone had placed it with intention, was a spiral-bound journal. The cover read, "Daniel Rourke Trail Notes." I photographed the log, the cavity, the journal position, and removed it with gloves. The first 3 days' entries were standard, weather notes, trail descriptions, small personal reflections. Nothing alarming. But beginning at day 4, the entries shifted. Every page contained the same line, written dozens of times. It's following me, but it never leaves footprints. Over and over. Same sentence. No variation. No explanation. But written with increasing pressure, light at first, then deeper, until some strokes nearly tore through the paper. Keaton exhaled slowly. Mental break? Could be, I said. But my stomach tightened. Experienced hikers don't deteriorate without stressor signs. And nothing in the forest, nothing natural, follows without leaving prints. Elk leave prints. Bears leave prints. People leave prints. Even mountain lions, light as they are, leave partial depressions. Marla pointed deeper into the woods. If he was terrified, he went that way. She wasn't wrong. The forest ahead grew denser, quieter, the canopy almost swallowing the sunlight. It was the kind of place hikers avoid. But something else bothered me. The fallen trunk was too low, too collapsed, too unstable for someone in panic mode to use deliberately. Daniel placed a journal there intentionally. Not dropped. Not thrown. Placed. As if saving it. As if trying to ensure someone would find it. We resumed tracking. At 9:05 a.m., we picked up faint signs again, not footprints, but disturbed bark on saplings, slight bends in ferns, subtle vegetation misalignments. They formed a directional pattern pointing northeast. Someone, likely Daniel, had moved through here, but still no prints. That alone was unnerving. Even careful hikers leave microprints. This section of forest soil is soft, receptive. Yet no one had stepped firmly enough to imprint. At 9:14 a.m., we found the second piece of evidence, a torn hydration bladder hose. Clean tear. Fresh. The type caused by sharp snag, not animal bite. Then a third piece, the cap of a pen. Then a fourth, a glove, lightly worn, lying palm down with no dirt adhesion, as if placed gently. Marla murmured, "He's dropping items." "No," I said. "He's leaving a trail. But for us? Or for something else?" I didn't answer. Because the arrangement of items wasn't random. It was sequential. Like breadcrumbs. But breadcrumbs meant for a follower. And Daniel decided exactly where they would go. At 9:27 a.m., Keaton raised a hand. "Hear that?" We went still. Deep in the woods, faint but distinct, a snapping sound. Not heavy. Not animal. Not wind. Rhythmic. 3 snaps. Pause. 3 snaps. It echoed with unnatural clarity, as though something wanted its sound to be heard from a distance. Marla's voice dropped. "Someone's out there." Or Daniel signaling, Keaton offered. But the cadence was too even. Too deliberate. If Daniel was terrified enough to write those journal entries, he wouldn't make rhythmic noise. He wouldn't draw attention. Unless he wasn't alone. At 9:34 a.m., we advanced toward the snapping. 10 yards from the sound source, the snapping stopped. We reached another clearing, smaller, circular, unnaturally tidy. And in the center of it, placed on a bed of pine needles, lay Daniel's satellite messenger. "Powered off." Set gently. No dirt. No scratches. No sign of being dropped while fleeing. The last recorded GPS ping was 6 hours old. And the clearing around us? No footprints. No depressions. No movement indicators. Nothing. Just the messenger. And the faint, undeniable feeling that we were being watched. From ground level. Or somewhere above. Somewhere close. Close enough to hear us breathe. I radioed dispatch immediately. Crest to base. We found the subject's messenger device. No visual on the subject. No viable tracks. Possible non-accidental disappearance. Request drone support and secondary teams on standby. They confirmed. Drones would be airborne within 20 minutes. But 20 minutes in Pine Harbor can feel like a lifetime when you're losing a subject's trail by the second. The clearing where the messenger rested felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. Perfectly circular, free of debris except for the place device, and unnaturally silent. Forest silence isn't total, it has texture, distant birds, leaves adjusting in wind, insects shifting. But this silence was a vacuum. A silence that swallowed other sounds. Marla scanned the perimeter. The ground should tell us something. It doesn't, Keaton murmured. It's too clean. I crouched beside the messenger. The power button responded normally, but the diagnostic screen revealed nothing unusual. Battery 68%, last ping timestamp just after 3 a.m., normal GPS function. So why turn it off? Hikers in panic hit SOS. They don't deactivate their lifeline. I marked the position, photographed the area, and stood. We continue northeast, I said. That's the direction his trail indicators point. Indicators, Keaton repeated. But still no footprints. I didn't respond because the absence of prints was starting to feel too consistent to ignore. At 9:48 a.m., we found the next item, a page torn from Daniel's journal. Folded once. Placed flat beneath a fern. Not fluttered or blown, positioned. The page read. It waits for me to stop moving. It stays behind me, but it never leaves footprints. Not a plea. Not a description of terrain. A statement. Keaton tightened his grip on his radio. This guy was absolutely terrified. Marla frowned. Terrified by what? A person? Some animal chasing him? No animal follows without tracks, I said quietly. And no person, she agreed. We pushed on. At 10:01 a.m., the forest changed. The ground dipped into a shallow basin. The canopy thickened, filtering light into dull, green haze. It felt 10 degrees colder. I noticed the first anomaly immediately, bent grass forming a narrow corridor, almost like a path, but not a human one. Not a deer trail either. The spacing was wrong, too straight, too deliberate. A path of bent grass where none existed before. Like something had moved through without touching the soil. Only brushing the tops. As though it didn't carry weight. I checked the soil beneath the bent blades. Pristine. Untouched. My stomach tightened. This is impossible, Keaton said. Every living thing has weight. But something had moved here. We followed the bent grass path until it merged into another clearing. This one larger, oblong, bordered by spruce. And in the dead center, a backpack. Daniel's. Open. Like the rest of his belongings, items were arranged deliberately. Water filter. First aid kit. Trail snacks. A small knife. All placed with unnatural symmetry. But one item broke the pattern. A piece of cloth. Wadded. Stuffed hastily into the bottom. I pulled it free. A shirt. Torn. But the tear wasn't straight or clean like a blade. It was jagged. Uneven. Too wide. Too forceful. Keaton's voice softened. He struggled. Looks like it, I said. Against what? Marla asked. I lifted the torn shirt closer. Something smelled faintly metallic. Blood? No. I knew that smell too well. This was different. Like steel cables after friction. But no residues visible. I bagged the shirt and stood. Let's check the trees, I said. Because when ground signs vanish, sometimes clues appear at elevation height, broken branches, scrape marks, unshed sap. But the trees around the clearing were immaculate. No disturbed bark. No snapped twigs. No signs of climbing or pulling. Daniel hadn't gone up. And he hadn't gone down either. No drag marks, no body-shaped impressions, nothing. He hadn't left the clearing. But he wasn't in it. At 10:17 a.m., my radio buzzed. Drone team is airborne. ETA 7 minutes. I exhaled. Maybe aerial view would reveal something. We took the next step along the bent grass pattern, which now narrowed into something like a funnel leading downslope. That's when I saw it, a tree trunk up ahead bearing marks, thin, parallel lines etched shallow into the bark. Not claw marks. Not knife marks. Something finer. Almost like a comb dragged with controlled pressure. Daniel's trail had led here. He had passed this tree. And something else had too. At 10:23 a.m., I called the drone team for immediate overhead sweep of grid section 9E. They confirmed. And seconds later, we heard snapping again. This time from behind. All three of us spun. Silence. But the bent grass path behind us had changed. It now bent in the opposite direction. Not behind us. Toward us. As if something had followed our steps perfectly. But still left no prints. Marla whispered, "Avery, what are we tracking?" I swallowed. "We're not tracking it." Keaton's voice trembled, not out of fear, but realization. "It's tracking him." I shook my head slowly. "No." Then I turned toward the narrowing corridor of bent grass ahead. "It's tracking us." At 10:31 a.m., the drone arrived. Its hum vibrated through the canopy overhead, a sound I had never been more relieved to hear. I radioed the operator for a live feed. "Drone 1, this is Crest. Are you receiving my signal?" "Affirmative. We have your position. Beginning scan." I stepped into a small gap in the trees where the canopy thinned enough to see glimpses of the drone's shadow circling above. If anything was moving out there, anything heavier than a rabbit, we'd see it from aerial perspective. But the feed told a stranger story. "Crest, we're seeing movement patterns," the operator said. "But not footprints." "What do you mean?" "Vegetation displacement only. As if something is brushing through the grass without touching the soil. Exactly what we were seeing on the ground." I exchanged a glance with Marla and Keaton. "Follow the path," I told the drone. The aerial feed tracked the bent grass corridor ahead of us. It elongated gradually, then curved left in a smooth arc, unnaturally smooth, like a shape made intentionally. "Crest," the operator said slowly. "The pattern looks constructed." We followed in its wake. At 10:38 a.m., the corridor opened abruptly into a clearing unlike any we had seen. Perfectly circular. The diameter measured maybe 40 feet. Every blade of grass lay flattened toward the center, as though pressed down by wind, but there was no wind. And in the center, a small mound of disturbed soil. Fresh. Not natural. Like something had been buried. Or unearthed. Marla whispered, "Avery. I see it." I approached the mound carefully, scanning for dangers, motion triggers, anything that might compromise the sight. I knelt, brushing the soil lightly with gloved fingers. Soft. Recently turned. Keaton joined me. You thinking what I'm thinking? That Daniel buried something. Or someone else buried something for us to find. I forced my breath steady. Let's do this by the book. Slow. Controlled. We excavated with our hands at first, then with trowels from our field kits. Inch by inch, the soil loosened, breaking apart easily. At 4 inches deep, we hit fabric. Blue. Lightweight. A jacket. Daniel's. But this time, no tears. No rips. No cuts. Every seam intact. Folded carefully. Placed intentionally. Why bury it? Marla whispered. If you wanted us to find it, why not leave it out? I lifted the jacket fully clear. Something else lay beneath it. Paper. I unfolded the sheet. One sentence in pencil. I keep running, but it is always behind me. Another sheet beneath it. I tried making noise. It doesn't react. Another. It waits for me to sleep. And finally. It never leaves footprints, but I hear it when it stops. The line shook slightly. But they weren't written in panic. They were written slowly. Deliberately. As if Daniel was documenting. Not pleading. We bagged the pages. At 10:49 a.m., the drone operator radioed again, voice taut. Crest, we have unusual readings. Vegetation disturbance forming around your clearing. I looked at the perimeter. The grass wasn't lying flat anymore. It was bending inward. Forming a ring around us. A ring that slowly tightened. Keaton took a step back. No wind. No animal. Nothing touches it. Marla's voice broke. Avery, something is here. I steadied myself. We do not panic. We exit the clearing together. Slow, controlled. But the corridor we entered from was gone. Grass upright. Undisturbed. As though we had never walked through. Avery, the drone operator said, the pattern is expanding. You need to move. We're trying, I said through clenched teeth. I found another direction west. A thin gap. Maybe real. Maybe illusion. We moved. Slow. Deliberate. The bending grass followed. As though pacing our steps. Then, at 10:55 a.m., a sound. Behind us. A sound that didn't belong to any animal. A sound shaped like movement, but with no weight. A soft displacement of air. Like someone stepping without touching ground. Keaton turned white. It's behind us, he whispered. I didn't look back. You don't look back when tracking an unknown threat. You keep eyes forward. You don't show panic. You don't give whatever is behind you the satisfaction of reaction. But the sound grew closer. 3 paces behind us. Then 2. Then 1. I forced my voice calm. Keep walking. We pushed through the west side of the clearing. 5 feet. 10 feet. 15. The grass on either side bent inward. But the soil beneath us remained untouched. No prints. Not ours. Not anything else's. At 10:58 a.m., the drone operator's voice cracked sharply. Crest movement detected directly behind your team. Static swallowed the rest. The drone feed glitched. Then died. We kept moving. At 11:02 a.m., the grass finally changed ahead, stood taller, opened into natural forest floor again. We broke into it hard. Breathing ragged. We didn't stop for 60 yards. Only when we reached a slope of exposed rock, firm, print receptive, impossible to cross without leaving trace, did we stop and turn. The corridor behind us was gone. Grass upright. Motionless. Silent. Not a single bent blade. Not a single footprint. Not even ours. At 11:06 a.m., I radioed in. Base, this is Crest. Subject remains missing. Search compromised. Unknown environmental interference. We are returning to safe zone. Marla's voice trembled as she exhaled. Keaton leaned against a tree, silent. As for me, I looked at the blank corridor of grass that had erased all trace of us. And I realized Daniel wasn't describing hallucinations. He wasn't delusional. He was documenting, as precisely as he could, the same thing we just experienced. Something real. Something close. Something that leaves no footprints. And worst of all, something that prefers following to being found. My name is Ranger Mirados, and I serve as the primary missing person response officer for the Red Hollow District of Pine Trace National Forest. My duties include coordinating search teams, assessing evidence in the field, managing canine tracking units, and documenting incident timelines with absolute precision. I've seen hikers wander off trail, campers swept away by sudden weather, and seasoned outdoorsmen make fatal mistakes because they trusted instinct over terrain. But none of those cases prepared me for the dog, because dogs don't lie, and this one refused to look anywhere but the sky. The case began at 5:42 a.m. on April 11th, when a hiker named Colin Brigham was reported overdue. His brother, who expected him home late the previous night, found Colin's car still in the gravel lot near the Willow Bend trailhead. The brother also found something else: Colin's dog, Rocco, a stocky black and white mutt who never left his owner's side. Yet Rocco had returned alone. That was unusual but not unheard of. Dogs sometimes bolt when scared. What was unheard of was where Rocco positioned himself. He stood 30 yards away from the trailhead sign, not shaking, not pacing, not whining, just staring straight upward, hackles raised, as if watching something we couldn't see. When the brother tried coaxing him closer to the trail, Rocco planted his paws and growled a deep, guttural warning reserved for predators. By the time I arrived at 6:03 a.m., the area was quiet, the sun barely clearing the tree-line, cold air hanging low along the gravel. Rocco stood where he'd been for over an hour, tail tucked, muscles taut, head angled back so far it looked painful. I approached carefully, kneeling to meet him at eye level. "Hey, buddy," I murmured. "Where's Colin?" He didn't look at me. He didn't even flick an ear. His eyes stayed pointed straight up, locked on the canopy overhead. Not scanning. Not tracking movement. Just fixed on one singular point above the trailhead. His hackles were so stiff they formed a ridge down his spine. The brother, arms folded tight across his chest, said softly, "He won't stop doing it." That's why I called it in early. Did Colin take him on the hike? Yes. They left together yesterday morning. He would never leave Rocco behind. Did Rocco come home dirty? Wet? Injured? No. Just terrified. I studied the dog carefully. No visible injuries. No limping. No thorns in his paws. No burrs. No mud. No creek residue. No sign he'd crossed difficult terrain. Which meant he didn't return from deep wilderness. He returned from nearby. Very nearby. I followed his gaze upward toward the canopy. The trees swayed lightly in the morning breeze, normal enough. Nothing perched. Nothing unusual. Just ordinary pines. Yet Rocco's trembling intensified the closer I stepped toward the trailhead sign. The instant my boot crossed the edge of the trail entrance, he barked sharply, one explosive, warning bark, then let out a whine so distressed it made my chest tighten. The brother grabbed his collar as the dog tried backing away. "Easy, Rocco," I whispered. "We're not going in yet." But even hearing that, he still wouldn't look down. He only stared up. I returned to the gravel area and radioed dispatch. "DAWS to base. We have one missing hiker, last seen entering Willow Bend Trail yesterday morning. The subject's dog returned alone, refuses to approach trailhead. Signs of fear response. Preparing to initiate ground search." Dispatch confirmed. Before assembling the rest of my team, I walked the perimeter of the parking area. I found Colin's car exactly as his brother had described it. Clean. Unlocked. A half-empty thermos in the cup holder. No signs of forced entry. No gear left behind other than the dog bowl in the back seat. Nothing unusual. Then I found Rocco's leash lying in the dirt near the trail entrance. Not chewed. Not snapped. Unclipped. Deliberately. Something about that unsettled me, though I didn't yet know why. At 6:31 a.m., Rangers Holden and Pierce arrived with tracking gear. Rocco stiffened when he saw their uniforms, almost as if he recognized we were preparing to follow Colin's path, and he repositioned himself again, planting his feet, staring at the treetops above the trail. Holden knelt beside me. "What's he fixed on?" "That's what I want to find out." Pierce adjusted the portable air sampler. "Want to bring him closer? See if he'll follow scent?" "Already tried. He won't cross the perimeter." Pierce nodded grimly. "Animals know things." "Yeah," Holden added quietly. "They know when something's wrong." And something was wrong. 10 minutes into prepping gear, Rocco suddenly stepped backward, tail now so tightly tucked it nearly touched his belly. His gaze never left the canopy. His body language held none of the classic signs of animal aggression. This was fear. Primal fear. And every time we tried to shift toward the trail, he shivered violently, as if expecting something to descend from above. By 6:48 a.m., we had no choice. We had to begin the search with or without the dog. Rocco remained behind with the brother, trembling uncontrollably as we prepared to enter the woods. Just before stepping in, I glanced back. Rocco's eyes were still locked upward. Never forward. Never toward the trail where his owner disappeared. Only up. And I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever took Colin, a man who never hiked without his dog, didn't come from anywhere on the ground. It came from somewhere higher. Somewhere the dog could see. Somewhere the rest of us couldn't. The trail swallowed us quickly, the canopy thickening overhead as the morning light dimmed to a muted gray. Willow Bend was usually a friendly route, moderate incline, soft terrain, no cliffs or ledges, but anything can feel wrong when a terrified dog refuses to step near it. Holden led our formation, scanning for tracks. Pierce followed with the scent kit. I documented every detail: soil density, disturbances, broken bark, displaced debris. But only 30 yards in, something immediately set the tone for the rest of the day. There were no human footprints. None. Not even partial impressions. Not even faint scrapes. The soil was forgiving, light, loamy, perfect for tracking, but Colin had left no trace of his passage. That didn't make sense. Even experienced hikers leave micro-patterns, weight shifts from pack load, small toe digs, side scuffs. But the path ahead was untouched, as though no one had walked it in days. Holden frowned. "You sure this is the right trail?" "Absolutely." He wrote it in the trail log. "Willow Bend, loop and back." Pierce lifted his scent vial. The air sampler displayed minimal human residue. "I'm not picking up anything fresh." "He left yesterday morning," Holden said. "Should still be something. Unless he never came through this part." We pressed deeper. At 7:14 a.m., we found the first anomaly, a broken branch at chest height, hanging by a splinter. Not snapped outward. Snapped downward. I documented it carefully. Something weighed on this. Something coming from above. Holden nodded. But not high enough for lightning. And no tree fall. We moved on. At 7:22 a.m., we found Chris Brigham's signature on the back of a trail sign, a hiker tradition, but it was smudged in an unusual direction. Normally, oil smudged sideways from fingers sliding. This one was smeared upward, as if something brushed it from below. Pierce shifted uneasily. "Okay, that's weird." "It's not enough for a conclusion," I said, though my stomach tightened. "Keep moving." Then the forest went silent. Not the natural quiet of dawn. A sudden, suffocating silence. No birds. No wind. No insects. Holden turned slowly. "This isn't normal." Silence like that happens only when a predator is close. But no predator native to this region remains entirely unseen or airborne. We continued cautiously. At 7:36 a.m., Holden halted abruptly. "Avery, look at this." In the middle of the trail sat something small, dark, and curled. A tuft of dog fur. Rocco's. I knelt. Same length. Same texture. Black and white. "But he's been with the brothers since yesterday evening," Pierce said. "I know." I lifted the tuft with tweezers. It bore no blood, no tearing, no signs of attack. Instead, it looked shed or placed. We expanded our radius. 10 feet off trail, Holden stiffened. Found another. Another tuft. Then another. Each placed neatly on ferns or branches, not caught, not snagged, not scattered. Placed. Breadcrumbs. But leading into the woods, not out. At 7:51 a.m., the forest shifted again. A branch snapped overhead. Not loudly. More like a weight brushing across pine needles. We aimed our lights upward immediately. Nothing. No movement. No birds flushing. No shadows shifting. Just empty branches. Yet the sound was unmistakable. Something above us had moved. Pierce swallowed. "Tell me that's just a squirrel." "Too heavy," Holden whispered. The canopy swayed lightly, but not enough to account for the distinct, deliberate snap we heard. We pressed forward. At 8:03 a.m., the trail dipped into a shallow ravine. The soil here was even softer, prime tracking material. Still no footprints. Not ours. Not Colin's. Not anyone's. Holden muttered, "Avery, something's off." Something big. I didn't disagree. At the bottom of the ravine, we found the next item. A leash. Rocco's. Unclipped, like the one at the trailhead. placed across a flat stone, folded in half. A deliberate arrangement. Not a discard. Not dropped. Placed. Pierce's voice rose a notch. So the dog was here. Yes, I said. But the dog left no prints, Holden added. Correct. And Colin left no prints. Correct. And something is moving above us. I didn't answer. Because the wind suddenly shifted behind us, not ahead, not to the side, but directly behind us, cold enough to raise bumps across my neck. Not natural wind. A displacement. Holden whispered, Avery, something's following. Stay calm, I said, though my voice wasn't steady. Keep moving. The ravine rose into another incline. At the crest, we found a torn scrap of fabric navy blue from a hiking shirt. Straight tear. Smooth edge. No fray. Cut, not ripped. The same way the dog's leash had been unclipped. Clean separations. Precise separations. As if something without roughness handled them. At 8:27 a.m., we reached a fork in the trail where the canopy tightened above like a tunnel. The moment we stepped beneath it, all three of us felt it, pressure, subtle but distinct, like standing under low-hanging machinery. Pierce stepped back immediately. Something's over us. Holden grabbed my arm. Avery, look. He pointed up. And for the first time since the case started, I understood exactly why the dog refused to look forward. Because above us, in the thick weave of branches, something shifted again. Not a creature. Not wings. Not fur. Just a shadow with no source. A shape that moved without weight. And the branches rustled downward. As if something were descending. For a long moment, none of us spoke. The shadow above us hovered, no form, no mass, just a distortion of darkness where there should have been sunlight filtering through needles. It wasn't an object. It wasn't an animal. It was absence. A shape whose edges were defined only by the slight bowing of branches beneath whatever weight it exerted. But the branches bowed unnaturally lightly, too lightly for the amount of canopy displacement we were seeing. That contradiction alone froze us in our tracks. Holden whispered, whatever that is, it's not heavy. Pierce whispered back, but the branches are moving like it is. I forced my voice low and steady. Do not run. Back up slowly. Keep eyes up. We edged backward, one step at a time, never breaking visual contact with the shifting canopy. The shadow didn't follow. It simply lingered above the trail fork, as if waiting for us to choose a direction. At 8:34 a.m., we retreated far enough that the branches settled. The shadow thinned. The canopy returned to normal. But none of us believed it was gone. I radioed dispatch under my breath. DOS to base. Unknown overhead movement near grid segment C12. No visual identification. Advise drone deployment. Copy, DOS. Launching now. Holden wiped sweat from his temple despite the cold morning air. Avery, you saw how it moved. I saw something distort the canopy. That's all we put in the report. And the lack of footprints? We document what we observe, not what we interpret. Pierce exhaled shakily. Then we'll be writing a report with a lot of blank spaces. We approached the fork again, slow, cautious. Nothing moved. No branches flexed. No shadows shifted. But as we crossed beneath the junction, something scraped lightly against bark overhead, deliberate, like a fingertip dragging across wood. All three of us froze. Another scrape. Then silence. We moved on. At 8:47 a.m., we found the next piece of evidence, a small plastic container, cracked open, lying beside the trail. Rocco's treat jar. Still half full. Placed upright. No teeth marks. No dirt. No signs it had rolled or fallen. Just waiting for us. Pierce swallowed hard. Someone's staging this. Holden nodded. Someone who knows the sequence of a search. But why only items the dog would have interacted with? Pierce asked. I didn't answer. Because the implication was forming too clearly in my mind. Whoever or whatever was interacting with Colin and the dog knew exactly which objects carried the dog's scent. And only the dog's. At 9:03 a.m., our radios cracked with the drone operator's voice. Drone 1 to ground team approaching your position. Beginning overhead sweep. I stepped into a small clearing for visibility. The drone buzzed high above, camera pivoting downward. DOS, we have visual, the operator said. Copy your team in center of grid. Do you see any movement above canopy level? I asked. Negative. Nothing above you. Hold on, scanning surrounding area now. Silence for several seconds. Then a series of sharp clicks through the radio. DOS, vegetation disturbance detected behind your last position. Holden turned immediately. Behind us. Affirmative, the operator said. 10 yards back. Tree motion inconsistent with wind. I motioned for the team to tighten formation as we moved carefully toward the drone-marked location. The disturbed area wasn't large, maybe a 5-foot span of pine needles scattered in an arc. But scattered in the wrong direction. When something falls from above, debris spreads outward from the landing zone. But the needles here were bent inward, as if something had descended, not fallen, onto them. Pierce crouched. No footprints. Again. Holden scanned upward. Check the branches. We did. Nothing unusual. But the smell in the air, faint, metallic, like static before a lightning strike, was new. At 9:18 a.m., the drone operator spoke again, voice tight. Ground team, prepare for update. Drone feed, hold on, feed is degrading. The video pixelated. Then froze. Then cut to black. Drone 1 offline, the operator said. Attempting reconnect. Holden exhaled sharply. This is turning into a mess. It's still realistic phenomena, I said. Interference happens. We stay grounded. We stay procedural. But even as I said the words, the forest grew silent again. Total silence. The canopy overhead trembled. Something was above us. Not moving away. Not passing by. Hovering. Holden whispered, do not look down. Keep your eyes up. But we all looked up. Because the branches bowed again, subtly, rhythmically, as if something was shifting its weight while suspended directly over us. Not climbing. Not perched. Suspended. As though hanging from a point higher than the trees themselves. Pierce whispered, Avery, what if this thing? Don't finish that. Then a single pine cone dropped from above. Not a natural fall. A perfect vertical drop. Straight down. Landing at my feet. Direct. Deliberate. Holden stepped backward, breath sharp. It's marking us. Or testing us, Pierce whispered. At 9:27 a.m., the canopy stopped moving. The branches rose back to position. The silence broke, birds calling again, wind returning. Whatever hovered above us. stopped, or left, or waited. We continued deeper. At 9:41 a.m., we finally found our primary evidence. The missing hiker's backpack. Placed upright. Centered in a clearing. Zipped shut. But something protruded from the side pocket, a folded scrap of paper, edges creased and sweating with morning dew. I opened it carefully. Inside, written in Colin's rushed handwriting. If you find this, tell Rocco I'm sorry. I didn't know it was above us. My pulse tightened. Holden whispered he knew something was following. Pierce added, and he didn't run from it. He ran from beneath it. I folded the note. And for the first time in my career, I understood a missing person case not by what I saw on the ground, but by what the dog saw when he looked up. Because whatever drove Rocco into shaking terror, whatever took Colin without leaving footprints, whatever hovered above our heads, bending branches without weight, was still in the trees, watching, waiting. And no one, no ranger, no dog, no drone could track something that never touched the ground. But it could track us. Perfectly. Quietly. From above. My name is Ranger Holden Wexler. I serve as a field operations ranger in the I Mesa district of Clifftop National Forest, where my primary responsibilities include emergency response, wilderness monitoring, and leading missing person investigations within a terrain known for steep ridges, sudden temperature drops, and dense alpine groves. I've handled panicked hikers, overturned climbers, lost children, and a handful of unfortunate fatalities. But nothing in my years of training prepared me for the campsite we found on the morning of August 3rd. The missing group consisted of 3 adults, Evan Clark, Maria Lorne, and Jason Hill. All experienced weekend hikers, all familiar with the I Mesa trail system. They checked in on Friday for a 2-night loop around Hunter's Rise, a fairly moderate trek with established campsites and clear markers. Their families reported them overdue by early Sunday evening. When the trio failed to return by nightfall and their car remained at the trailhead, our department initiated protocol. By dawn, I was leading the primary response team. The Icon was quiet, eerily so. No wind. No early bird calls. The temperature sat at 49 degrees, cool enough to keep fog drifting through the treeline and forming pale ribbons across the ground. Ranger Adina Hale walked to my right, GPS unit in hand. Ranger Connor Blaine trailed behind, carrying the trauma kit and rope system. We didn't expect chaos. Most overdue hikers in this area are found within a mile or 2 of their assigned campsite. Wrong turns, minor injuries, nothing unusual. But at 7:52 a.m., as we crested the final ridge toward Campsite 6, I felt something in my gut tighten, a kind of instinctive warning I've learned never to dismiss. Holden, Adina murmured as we stepped into view of the clearing, the tents are still standing. She was right. 2 green dome tents, uncollapsed and zipped. A small fire ring, intact. Cooking gear arranged neatly on a log. Backpacks leaning against a stump. Water bottles. A map weighed down with a rock. Everything was positioned with the kind of order you'd expect from experienced hikers. Looks untouched, Connor said behind me. I scanned the perimeter. 2 untouched. Because no animals had rummaged through the site. No wind had knocked anything over. No footprints disturbed the thin dust layer around the fire ring. It looked like the hikers had simply stepped out and never returned. I approached the tents first. Inside Evan's tent were his sleeping bag, unrolled, his jacket, folded, and his boots, placed neatly side by side. In Jason's tent, the same gear arranged with care, nothing scattered, nothing rushed. That ruled out panic. That ruled out a fight. That ruled out disorientation. They had gone to bed calmly and prepared for sleep. But where were they now? Adina walked a slow circle around the camp's perimeter. Then she stopped. "Holden, look at this." Her voice carried a sharp edge I'd only heard twice before, both times when something was very wrong. I crossed the clearing. She pointed at a pine tree standing about 20 feet from the tents. Deep gouges carved through the bark. 4 parallel lines. Evenly spaced. At a height of 8 feet. My first thought was bear, but the depth and uniformity didn't match. Bears rake downward, rough and uneven. This was horizontal, deliberate. Clean enough to suggest something extremely strong or extremely sharp. Connor circled another tree. Same pattern over here. I walked tree to tree, counting them. 9 surrounding the camp. All facing inward. All marked at the exact same height. All with identical gouges. A perfect ring. 8 feet high. Encircling the campsite like a boundary. My skin prickled. Adina exhaled slowly. They didn't do this themselves. No, I agreed. Could they have been marking their site somehow? Connor offered, though the doubt in his voice betrayed him. Not like this, I said. Not with this consistency. I checked the ground beneath the trees. No shavings. No flakes of bark. Nothing on the soil. Whatever made the marks didn't leave debris. That troubled me more than anything else. I photographed the scratches, logged coordinates, measured spacing. Every detail was uniform. Purposeful. Not random wildlife behavior. At 8:21 a.m., I moved outward to search for tracks. Nothing. The soil, normally soft enough to take impressions, held no prints except our own. No human tracks. No animal tracks. Not even boot scuffs from the missing group. As though they vanished without walking. Adina radioed base. Campsite located. No sign of subjects. Gear intact, no signs of disturbance. Unusual environmental markings, forwarding images now. While she relayed information, I examined the ring again. Something about the gouges made my stomach churn. The height meant someone at least 7 feet tall would have to reach up to carve them with force. But the clean edges. The depth. No wild animal in this forest leaves marks like that. Then Connor called out. "Holden. Found something." I hurried over. At the edge of the clearing, lying in the moss, was a small object, a headlamp. Blue. A faint smear of dried mud on the strap. Jason's initials were etched into the plastic casing. The switch was in the off position, meaning it hadn't been dropped mid-run or mid-panic. It was removed. Set down. Possibly placed. I knelt, studying the ground around it. Still no footprints. Not human. Not animal. Nothing. Just the untouched campsite. The perfect ring of scratches. And 3 missing people who seemed to have stepped outside their tents and not taken a single step afterward. Something was wrong here. Badly wrong. And whatever had happened, it didn't come from inside the camp. It came from the perimeter. From the trees. And it stood 8 feet tall. At 8:32 a.m., we began a grid search extending outward from the campsite. Adina flagged trees with tape as we spread into a coordinated sweep pattern. Connor monitored the compass bearings, ensuring our spacing remained tight enough to catch even subtle signs. But within 5 minutes, it became clear something was off. We found no broken branches, no overturned stones, no displaced pine needles. The forest floor was pristine. Too pristine. 3 adults don't just vanish without leaving tracks, Connor muttered. Not unless they didn't walk out, I said quietly. He glanced at me, uneasy. What's that supposed to mean? That they didn't travel under their own power. Before he could reply, Adina called out. Holden, north side. We regrouped. She pointed at another tree, this one well outside the campsite perimeter. Same pattern, 4 deep gouges at 8 feet. And another tree beside it. And another. A second ring. This one wider. Encircling the entire area, Adina whispered. What the hell does that? Not wildlife, I said. Not with that precision. Connor exhaled sharply. So either someone carved these with a tool, or... No one carries a ladder into backcountry, I cut in. And no handheld tool makes scratches this deep without leaving shavings. We followed the outer ring clockwise. Every 15 to 20 feet, another tree carried the same markings. 8 feet high. Parallel. Deep. Uniform. The further we followed, the more oppressive the air felt, like the forest was holding its breath. At 8:57 a.m., we found the first sign of the missing group. A torn map. Corner ripped clean. Not shredded by wind or moisture. A straight tear, diagonal. I inspected it. This wasn't accidental. Someone ripped this deliberately. Connor crouched. So they were alive when they left the campsite. Possibly, I said. But why leave only this? Adina asked. Why not gear? Why not footprints? I didn't have an answer. We continued north. 100 yards from the campsite, the trees opened into a narrow meadow. Grass 4 inches high. Perfect for capturing tracks. But the meadow held no prints. Not ours. Not wildlife. Not theirs. Even snowmelt couldn't erase everything this cleanly. As we stepped into the meadow, the wind shifted strong enough to rattle branches overhead. Except, the branches didn't move. Only the grass shivered around our legs. As if the wind traveled at ground level, not through the canopy. Adina gave me a sharp look. You feel that? Yeah. Localized gust, Connor said quickly, but his voice lacked conviction. At the far end of the meadow, wedged between 2 rocks, something glinted. A metal mug. Stainless steel. Maria's initials scratched into the bottom. I approached, lifted it. Inside were 3 pine needles. Perfectly aligned. Parallel. Like the scratches on the trees. Adina stepped back. Holden, this is staged. I know. No, I mean intentionally. Someone placed this here for us. Connor wiped his palms on his pants. Why? To lead us? Distract us? Or warn us, I said. Because something about the mug's placement felt deliberate, like a message. A sign. A breadcrumb trail with too much precision to be accidental. At 9:12 a.m., my radio crackled. Base to Wexler. Any update? Negative on subjects, I replied. Found campsite intact. Unusual perimeter markings sending additional photos. No tracks. No wildlife. Search conditions stable but inconsistent readings. Copy, base replied. Recommend expanding radius. Already underway. We moved east toward a denser stand of fir trees. The ground here shifted to loose needles, excellent for recording movement. But again, nothing. No disturbance. No trails. No drag marks. As though nothing with weight had passed through. Then, at 9:23 a.m., something finally broke the pattern. A sound. A deep, resonant thud. Far off. Like something hitting the earth with significant force. We froze. A second thud followed. Closer. Regular. Measured. Not footsteps. Not falling wood. Something hitting the ground rhythmically. Direction? Adina whispered. West, I said. We moved carefully, triangulating. At 9:29 a.m., we reached the source. And found something that made my blood run cold. A tree, massive, old, thick, lay toppled across the forest floor. Not uprooted. Not sheared by lightning. Broken. Snapped at its base, 8 feet above the ground. The break point was clean. Too clean. Like immense pressure had bent it until it cracked. Adina whispered, barely audible, Holden, that's the same height. 8 feet. Always 8 feet. The height of the scratches. The height of whatever broke this tree. The height of something that walked through here. Strong. Tall. Deliberate. But leaving no prints. We circled the fallen trunk. At its base, resting lightly in the splintered wood, was another object. A shoelace. Black. Frayed. The same brand the group wore. I bagged it silently. Because the truth was settling in. We weren't looking at disappearance. We were looking at removal. Something took them. Something tall enough to scratch trees 8 feet high. Something strong enough to snap a trunk. Something that moved without leaving tracks. And we were standing in its path. At 9:41 a.m., the forest grew unnervingly quiet again. Not natural silence. The kind that sinks into your skin, heavy and weighty. We regrouped near the toppled tree. We need to mark this an alert base, I said. Whatever moved through here. Holden, Connor cut in, voice tight. Look. He pointed. On the far side of the clearing, for new scratch marks carved into a young spruce, fresh, sap still wet. 8 feet high. Which meant whatever made them had passed through here recently. Very recently. Adina swallowed hard. We need to retreat. But retreating wasn't an option. 3 people were missing. We moved forward, I said. Eyes up. Slow. Controlled. As we entered the next section of forest, the trees grew tighter, the light dimmer. Ground cover thickened. Ideal for capturing tracks. Still none. At 9:56 a.m., we found the next object, a torn corner of Maria's trail map. Half of a contour line visible. The tear matched the first fragment we'd found. A trail of breadcrumbs. But not leading us somewhere. Leading us after something. The forest suddenly shifted another gust at ground level. Cold. Concentrated. Like displaced air. Connor stepped back. Something's near. No movement overhead, Adina whispered. Nothing on the ground. She checked upslope. Holden, this doesn't make sense. Then we heard it. A scraping sound. Deep. Slow. Dragging across bark. We turned toward the source. Another tree. Another 4 gouges. Being carved. Right now. Not 15 feet away. But nothing was touching the tree. No visible movement. Just bark peeling under invisible pressure, curling away in smooth strips. My heartbeat pounded so hard it hurt. Back up, I said. Calm. Controlled. Now. We took one step. The scraping stopped. The forest froze. Every instinct screamed that something massive was close enough to reach out, close enough to watch, but invisible. Or camouflaged. Or simply not leaving evidence. Adna's breathing hitched. Holden, the gouge height. I see it. Still 8 feet. Always 8 feet. We formed a tight group and edged backward. The forest seemed to inhale around us, branches creaking though there was no wind. Then, a single pine cone fell. Straight down, landing between us. Deliberate. Controlled. My blood ran cold. Another pine cone dropped. Then another. Not random. Spaced. Measured. A pattern. Connor whispered, "It's signaling." "No," I said. "It's tracking." We retreated another 5 feet. The forest responded with a low groan, wood under strain, branches bending somewhere deeper in the grove. But we saw nothing. At 10:12 a.m., my radio burst with static. Then a fractured voice. "Wexel, DUPY. G interference. Cutting in and out. Not mountain interference. Something local. Close." We moved faster. At 10:19 a.m., we reached a rise overlooking a dry wash. The air here felt marginally safer, open sky above, fewer places for something tall to hide. For the first time since entering the woods, I saw something new. Tracks. Not human. Not animal. But depressions in the soil, circular, shallow, spaced far apart. Like someone touching the ground lightly with a pole. Or testing the surface. Adina crouched. These weren't here long. "No," I said. "Do they lead anywhere?" Connor asked. "They lead forward." We followed the pattern. 20 feet. 30. Then something appeared that stopped us cold. A boot. Upright. Placed carefully at the base of a boulder. Evan's boot, confirmed by the model, size, and worn heel pattern. Perfect condition. Not torn. Not weathered. Not abandoned in panic. Placed. Next to it, tucked against the stone, was a folded piece of paper. My throat tightened as I unfolded it. One sentence. In Evan's handwriting. "If you see the trees scratched, don't look up." The paper shook in my hands, not because of wind, not because of cold, but because the meaning hit instantly. The scratches weren't warnings. They weren't boundaries. They were distractions. Designed to keep eyes on the trunks. Not above them. I looked at Adina. Or was Rocco staring in the other case? She whispered. "Up," I said. Connor stepped back. "We need to leave. Now." But before we could move, a sound drifted across the tree line. A deep, resonant creak. Wood bending. Above us. High above us. Branches shifted, not violently, not with the chaotic motion of wind, but slowly. Deliberately. Like something large repositioning itself. We didn't look up. We didn't breathe. We didn't speak. At 10:31 a.m., something moved across the canopy, sound without form, weight without impact, gliding from tree to tree. Never touching ground. Never revealing itself. Just circling. Watching. Following. We kept our eyes forward, not up, as we retreated the way we came. At 11:04 a.m., we reached the trailhead again. Sunlight. Wind. Normal forest noise. As if nothing had happened. But the scratches in the trees remained. The campsite untouched. The hikers gone. And whatever moved above the canopy, whatever tracked us without leaving prints, remained somewhere in high mesa. Still unseen. Still silent. Still 8 feet high. Still waiting for the next group to camp beneath its trees. My name is Ranger Verity Cole, and I have served with Yosemite Search and Rescue for 9 years. My position requires precision, document everything, assume nothing, and never allow fear or instinct to cloud what can be measured. I have recovered injured climbers clinging to ledges, lost children wandering into drainages, and the bodies of hikers who misjudged the river. There is always a pattern, a sequence, a chain of causes. That belief has kept me grounded in this place, where the wilderness is beautiful but never gentle. And yet what happened today has begun unspooling threads of certainty I once thought unbreakable. The morning began at 8:12 when dispatch notified us that a woman named Laurel Hensley, 31, failed to return from a sunrise photography walk near the Merced River below Vernal Fall. Her partner reported that she left camp around 5:30 with her camera and planned to be back by 7 o'clock. The weather was clear. The trails dry. It should have been routine. But then dispatch added a final note: hikers found her camera half submerged in a shallow feeder creek. When I arrived at the location, the air was crisp, carrying the cold bite of meltwater coming down from higher elevations. Paul Henderson, the ranger assigned with me, scanned the surrounding brush while I retrieved the camera. It was coated in grit and moisture, but not severely damaged. I powered it on and scrolled through the photos. Laurel had taken dozens of shots of the river, light hitting the surface in shimmering bands, the early mist still lifting in faint silver ribbons. Her technique was controlled. Intentional. She was clearly an experienced photographer. Then came the final image. A selfie. Laurel smiled at the camera, relaxed, hair pulled back loosely, sunlight catching her features in a soft golden wash. But in the water behind her, the reflection that should have mirrored her expression, her mirrored face was not smiling. It stared back with an expression stretched tight, as though suppressing a scream. I looked at the image for a long time, trying to break it down into physics, ripples distorting angle, droplets shifting shape, uneven lighting. But the reflection wasn't misaligned. It was looking at the lens, not at Laurel. I closed the viewer and told Paul the last photo was odd but didn't elaborate. We began a grid search along the river corridor, marking the ground as we went. The soil should have shown tracks, at least from her approach. But the riverbank looked untouched. No prints. No scuffs. No slide marks indicating a fall. It was pristine in a way nature rarely maintains around people. Paul moved ahead to check a thicket of alder while I returned to the river's edge, holding the camera again, replaying that final image in my mind. The difference between Laurel's expression and her reflections was subtle at first glance, but unmistakable. If reflections could betray a subject, then something was interfering between the two. I pushed that thought away and forced myself back into protocol, evidence, terrain, timeline, witness statements. At 9:31, Paul radioed to say he found something. I arrived to see a single knee depression in the mud, deep and clean, as though someone knelt with intent. Next to it, a handprint pressed into the cold earth. Not smeared. Not dragged. just placed, and no footprints leading to or away from it. The mud felt unnaturally cold when I touched it, a chill that lingered on my glove far longer than it should have. Paul watched me for a long moment before asking what I thought happened. I gave him nothing. I wasn't ready to voice the possibility forming at the edges of my thoughts that Laurel hadn't slipped, fled, or been dragged. She had knelt willingly, and something might have knelt with her. We expanded the search radius, moving upriver while volunteers arrived to cover downstream sweep patterns. The sun rose higher, bright enough to turn the river into a blinding ribbon of white. Even with the increased light, something felt wrong. The forest was too still. Yosemite is rarely quiet. Birds chatter, branches creak, water hisses, but here, sound seemed swallowed, softened, as though the air itself resisted carrying it. At 10:04, I picked up a faint trace of movement near the waterline. Not footsteps, just a subtle shift in reflection. I stepped closer. The surface of the river wavered gently, catching the sky, the pines, the granite cliffs above. Everything appeared normal until I leaned over the edge. My reflection looked back, but a half-second delayed. I blinked. It blinked after. I lifted my chin. It lifted slower, as though mimicking rather than mirroring. Paul approached behind me, asking if I saw something. The moment he stepped beside me, the reflection snapped into perfect sync, behaving as any normal reflection should. I forced myself to straighten. Fatigue, I told myself. Disturbance from shadows. But fatigue doesn't delay a reflection. Shadows don't replicate hesitation. We continued searching. Around 10:40, we located Laurel's left boot, not floating, not drifted, but sitting neatly upright at the edge of a flat granite slab overlooking a calm bend of the river. No mud on it. No scrape. Just placed. Paul photographed it while I examined the area. Again, no footprints. Not even from wildlife. The soil was undisturbed. It didn't make sense. I looked upstream, following the curve of the river. Something about the angle reminded me of the final photo. The bend matched the background. She had taken that selfie here. I knelt, holding the camera where she might have held it, aligning the landscape as best I could. The lighting was different now, later in the morning, but the rocks and tree line matched. I checked the surface of the water beneath us. My reflection was normal. Paul stepped several yards away, scanning brush. Alone again, I glanced back at the water. My reflection raised its head higher than I did. I froze. It tilted its head slowly, studying me with a near-human stillness. Then the water rippled just slightly, and the reflection snapped back to normal. When Paul returned, he didn't notice anything off. I kept silent. At 11:17, search dogs were brought in. We provided them with Laurel sent from her backpack at camp. The dogs picked up the trail quickly, moving confidently toward the river's edge, then losing it instantly once they approached the water. They circled, confused, whining, refusing to step closer. One dog pressed its head against its handler's leg as though frightened. Dogs don't fear water in Yosemite. They fear scents they don't understand. We broke for a brief map review at noon, repositioning teams to cover both sides of the river. I stayed on the north bank with Paul. We traced the shoreline again, walking slow, watching for any anomaly. And then, around 12:20, I heard something faint. A splash, not heavy, not violent, just the sound of a hand gently breaking water. I moved toward it while Paul radioed our position. When I reached the river bend again, the surface was perfectly smooth except for one widening ripple. I crouched, scanning the water. The ripple opened, stretching outward from a single point right beneath where Laurel stood in the final photo. I looked down, and for an instant, the water seemed deeper than it should have been. As if the riverbed dropped away sharply. As if something just below the surface had shifted out of sight. I recorded notes, documented the disturbance, took water temperature readings. Everything appeared normal on paper. But I couldn't shake the impression that we were missing the most crucial variable. Not something physical. Something observational. Something about how perception interacted with the water. The air felt colder as we prepared to move upriver again, though the sun remained bright. Paul asked if I was all right. I told him I was fine. But the truth was beginning to press against my ribs, small and growing. Reflections are not independent. They do not hesitate. They do not observe. Unless something else is standing where the reflection should be. We reached the upper bend of the river around 13:05, an area bordered by large granite walls that trapped cold air even on warm days. This was the last section Laurel could have reached before sunrise, given her estimated pace. The ground was clean, smoothed by previous water flow. A small inlet branched off here, forming a shallow pool separate from the main current. It was quiet in a way that made the skin at the back of my neck lift. I approached the pool first. The water was still, so still it reflected the sky with perfect clarity. I stood at the edge, leaning slightly. My reflection stared back. I lifted my hand. It lifted late again. Paul was several yards behind me, calling in coordinates. "Faraday," he said, "you might want to see this." His tone was controlled but tense. I joined him near a narrow strip of gravel leading toward a low overhang of rock. Something lay beneath it. At first I thought it was a second boot. It wasn't. It was a camera lens cap Laurel's, based on the make and wear pattern resting atop the gravel like it had been placed there gently. Paul reached for it. The moment his fingers brushed it, a soft plink echoed from the pool behind me. I turned sharply. The pool surface was no longer still. Concentric ripples spread outward, smooth and deliberate, as though someone had tapped the center with a fingertip. No wind. No falling debris. I walked back to the pool slowly, my heartbeat loud in my ears. The ripples widened until the entire surface seemed to tremble. And then, in the center, Laurel's reflection appeared. Not her body, just her reflection, looking up at me from beneath the water as though she stood directly below the surface. Her expression was not fear. It was pleading. I staggered back a step, breath caught in my throat. Because reflections follow the subject. They do not appear independently. They do not look up from where no subject stands. Paul rushed to my side, asking what happened. The water calmed instantly when he arrived, returning to a clear mirror. I told him I slipped, nothing more. I could not explain what I saw, protocol requires evidence, and what I had was nothing more than an intrusion of impossible perception. But deep inside, certainty was forming like ice. We were not searching for Laurel in the forest. We were searching in the wrong dimension, one bound to the water, to reflection, to angle and observation. At 1342, we found another trace, damp strands of Laurel's hair caught on a branch barely a foot above the waterline, as though she had leaned over it. But the soil nearby was untouched. It implied suspension. Lifting. Exposure without support. The sun began lowering behind the cliffs early in the afternoon, casting longer shadows that stretched like dark fingers across the river. As we prepared to pull back and reassess, I walked once more to the pool. The surface looked ordinary. I leaned over, heart pounding. My reflection stared back, matching my movements perfectly. I exhaled in relief before stepping away. Then, in the corner of my eye, The reflection did not turn with me. I froze. Slowly, I faced the pool again. My reflection stood still, facing me even though I had angled my body away. It lifted its hand. I did not move. And in a voice that did not break the air, silent but somehow heard inside my head, it formed the shape of a whisper. Help her. The ripples swallowed the image. I stumbled back, nearly falling. This time, I didn't hide it from Paul. I told him we needed to get diverse, infrared, sonar, anything. But before we finished the call, a splash erupted from the river bend downstream. We ran. The water churned violently for 3 seconds, then stilled. Floating at the surface was Laurel's second boot. Fresh. Warm. As if placed there moments earlier. I stared at the river, my pulse hammering. There were no more illusions left to cling to. Something in the water had taken Laurel. Not dragged. Not drowned. Reflected. And until we understand how a reflection can act independently of its subject, how it can watch instead of mirror, no one is safe stepping near the river's edge. And I do not think Laurel is gone. I think she is waiting, beneath the surface, in whatever world reflections open when no one is looking. And she is not alone.